Welcome to the Out There channel, live stream 481 with Roberts. We'll be with you after the intro. And hopefully it's working. Normally with Rob we get the technical problems showing up.
Hiding, I'm searching.
We're a bit late starting.
I'm finding love, I'm hiding, I'm searching, I'm loving, I'm finding love.
Are we finding love, people? No.
Let the fate control your body.
Come follow us down to the base. We're going down.
I'm searching, I'm
We're
loving.
hiding from the men in black because they're everywhere. Hello, good to be back. Good to be back. And you won't hear that for a wee while after today. Anyway, see how many people want to support us today. Because there was 0 donations yesterday, and as I said, if you want to bring us back in the new year, I'm going to need some funding to pay for things. I said I got not even made minimum payment. There's still $30 left for a whole year, and that's bare minimum. You know, it's me still having to pay out stuff. So I don't want to make it about money, but really it is money, and it's also YouTube killing me off. They've killed me off. But oddly enough, the subs did go up. I think this is probably 5 or 6 spread across all the different domains there. But that's okay. There's plenty of stuff to watch there. It'll keep you going for... I think we worked it out. It was going to be like if you wanted to watch it every episode from start to end. I think it was like 3 years, wasn't it? Non-stop of watching. So there's plenty of material up there still, but there will be occasionally an episode pop up now and again. Doesn't mean we're coming back though. It depends on you guys really, if you want to support us. And we need new gear, obviously. There's lots to buy. We ain't going on trips to Washington DC or Arizona to hang out with the boys and get pissed. We're here for ufology and the truth, and to fund the channel and research. But anyway, oh, what's going on there, Robert?
It's okay. It's just me finding the
So,
channel, so I can see the side chat. That's all.
yeah, I should put up some Christmas decorations since we're not going to make a Christmas episode. Let's see. Let's see how the big lights go. Big light. Here we go. Got some little lights and laser tree. I think that's the one. And that's the other lights at the bottom. Didn't really want those ones. Paddy. Must be that one, maybe. I thought I called it laser tree, but maybe not. There we go. There we got some Christmas feel to it. We're not quite there yet. A couple more days away, isn't it? But it's close enough to December. And what episode are we up to? Is that working? 481. So last show with Robert, 2020, and what did I say there? And beyond. Oh, what's happened there? Something strange happened there. Depending on you guys, and we're limited on space on comments. It's amazing, really. Why do they limit space if you're the owner of the channel? Why limit it?
Well,
So you
money's
can't.
not money's not the be all and end all of it. It's just the support showing up that's
Yeah,
half the battle.
that's number one, really. But really, yes, the support. But there is a financial cost, and because if more people show up and watch the stuff, then the ads hopefully would help with that as well. But the way Google's doing things, they're trying to waste us, which I tried to demonstrate yesterday. Clear example that there's something going on, right? And I'm not the only one that's been saying it. There's a lot of people out there, even big channels, been saying the same. Yeah, it's like if any other channel was on right now, they'd have like 100 people down the side chatting away, right? We don't have that. And why? I don't know. Maybe it's not being broadcast. I know it takes 10 minutes sometimes for Google to send out stuff to people. So yeah. I don't think it's too late at night for USA for people to show up. People should be used to our times now. What's this popping up? Yeah, well, I don't want donations just from my co-host.
Oh no, it's okay. Just
no, thanks. Yeah, okay, no, thanks. It's normally me that sort of gives away stuff at Christmas, but it's normally backfired on me. People throw it back in my face sometimes. But you know, me is me. I haven't changed. Me, it's not about character attacking people. Mine's about getting the stories out there, supporting people where I can, and not just talking about the same old crap over and over again and attacking all the other ufologists out there, left, right, and centre. That's just not me. Unless they're complete tools, complete liars and complete frauds, right? You know, it's not like I'm going to keep going over. Let's talk about Chris Mellon or Lou or UFO Twitter as it's known. You know, what's the point? That's just stupid, isn't it? Why keep attacking Lou? I don't understand it at all. Out there,
No, I don't
the mentality.
get that either. I don't get that at all.
Yeah, he could bring out before Christmas some amazing video footage which would change ufology forever. It could happen still. He may get permission to release it. You never know what will happen. Well, there may be some leaker that risks going to prison over it and leaks out some footage, and then the government has to come clean on it. That would be absolutely amazing. You know, there are people out there that put their lives on the line for truth, and Snowden, and what was that? The guy that leaked all the stuff to WikiLeaks name. I keep forgetting it because he changed it to a female name.
Julian Assange.
No, was it Chelsea or something like that?
WikiLeaks was Julian Assange.
Yeah, no, but the person that actually leaked it, they ended up in prison, being tortured. Hacker. Yeah, what was his name?
Edward Snowden.
No, the guy that was put in prison and water tortured. People out there would know anyway if they're listening. Manning, Chelsea Manning?
I'm not sure who you're talking about, you know.
Well, the guy that dumped all the stuff to WikiLeaks, the guy that risked everything for the truth.
Okay.
I think his name's Chelsea Manning now.
It's not UFO related, so I wouldn't know that as such, but I should.
Well, yeah, well. But it does prove the point that there's a lot of secrecy in the government and cover up, though, which is what we always said.
No question.
A lot of cover up. So if there's UFOs out there, it's probably buried deep and no one's actually risked leaking it out yet. But that would be amazing. Did that donation thing come up? Let's have a look. You didn't put a comment with it, did you?
No, do I need to make a comment? I'm on the live.
Yeah, but if you put a comment, it would have come up a bit better on the display in the over the corner there. It's got your dog picture. I can't quite see it. I'm just going to zoom in because it's the first time I've tested the donation link. Oh, right, puts it underneath your name. That's pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is the tool I use here. Let's see if I can get it on the screen. Allows me to click on the comments and it changes it in the corner. Hopefully. It's a wee bit slow today on the side chat for some reason. So yeah, thanks for the $10, and that put us closer to $20 away for the next year, but for minimum payments. But like I said, we really need the support. As this is pointless. Just making an episode just for 100 people to watch it. We'd like to have people come and do live debugs or come and tell their stories, show their videos if they want to have it analysed. But like I said, we'll be on Discord. I'll be on Twitter. Not gone forever, but and just less won't be no live shows until I am happy that there's enough support again to come back. But I don't know, YouTube maybe it's got something planned for the new year, but I just feel that it's just ramping up because of the lack of support out there, and a lot of people can't find me anymore, and unless you follow me on Twitter, that's most of the time people find me is through Twitter and all that. Hi Dan, how's it going? So how long you been there? Because you're the first, as usual, to say hi in the side chat. I don't know, it's pretty sad, but I'm pretty unwell as well. And at the moment I feel okay though, but last night I could hardly walk on my foot. It was that swollen because I did a 4.5 hour show on the bed, and I don't know, something's going on in my body at the moment. Plus I got to take that horrible pill at dinner time today, so it's going to make probably Tuesday and Wednesday sucky for me. Hopefully it won't be too bad because we've changed how I take my medicines with folic acid, which sort of counteracts the side effects. Yeah, all to do with the immune system. Now we got this other variant out, which is probably going to kill more people. It'll never end. It'll just keep on going like that. Close down of airports while they get a new treatment out. I don't know. It's pretty sad, really. There's nothing really to celebrate this Christmas, Not for me, anyway. The health is down. Google has killed my channel. All the people that used to support me have disappeared. And I got some undertone people out there attacking me behind the scenes all the time. What have I got to celebrate, And I'm living on poverty line. And trying to keep everything going, I'm always doing admin work on UFO stuff, even though I'm not on camera. See, that's the thing with me. I don't want to be on camera. It's not about me, it's about the topic. And everybody keeps saying that you have to be on camera and all this. No, that's just like a normal podcast if you want to be on camera. There's nothing wrong with a talking avatar. Just get used to it. Everybody knows what it looked like now, and depending on the insulin and lockdown weight problems, everybody seems to suffer. You blow up in the face with insulin, and you look terrible on camera. So yeah, unless you get onto drugs like a lot of the people out there and lose appetite completely and start losing your weight and keeping your weight off that way. we know the drugs work that way. They suppress your hunger, and especially if you live alone, you ain't going to be bothered cooking. Makes it a lot harder. You live on junk food, and if you ain't hungry anyway, you won't eat it. Yeah, probably need to get more out in the next few weeks anyway, outside in the sun, and maybe spend some time with the dog, because the dog is the one that is my true friend. Isn't it true? Isn't it? The dogs will go anywhere with you and defend you. So what do we got here? McKinnon was accused of hacking in 1997. Yeah. But we're talking about old dial-up stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, McKinnon was accused of hacking into the military computer, military industrial complex, and the NASA databases, and he claimed to have found a few things. Now, he couldn't actually prove what he found, but the way the United States government retaliated was very much interesting itself. My God, they wanted to put him in jail for a long time, and he was lucky to get off in the end on medical conditions, namely Aspergers disease, which had to be proved by some of the best people in the land. And then this country, for once, grew a pair of balls and actually says, no, we're not handing him over. So yeah, McKinnon was an interesting case. He claimed to have found evidence of, hold on, let me finish, Polly, evidence of what he called non-terrestrial officers. Now, I mean, does that mean there was somebody walking among us, in our military ranks that weren't human? I don't think so. I think it was more like maybe a secret space program or something like that. He also claimed to see a perfect, really symmetrical picture of a UFO, but it was downloading step by step down the screen because it was the old dial-up connection, and he didn't use screen capture.
Yes, because it's his word against everything, isn't it? He didn't actually film himself doing it. Mind you, would a hacker film himself hacking?
Yeah, I don't know if he would.
I suppose no, you wouldn't. But in this case, he wasn't expecting to show. Well, maybe it was. Maybe if he saw a UFO photograph and then clicked on it, he would have started recording the screen with a VHS tape or something like that, just to be sure that you had some sort of form of proof that you were doing it.
Well, he was doing it over a 12-month period, on basically nightly. He got to the point where he became really complacent. He didn't think he was ever going to get caught because he'd been doing it for so long, He confessed that half the time he was stoned while he was doing it, and stoned on the back of a few beers as well. It's not a good combination to be really on the ball. But I mean, like that little encounter I got into with James Oberg, where James Oberg claimed he was too stoned and drunk to be able to see what he claims to have seen on the screen. Well, hold on, mate. He's just hacked into NASA. He's just hacked into your military computers. and he
Yeah.
doesn't know what he's seeing on the screen.
Yeah.
Honestly, how does that work? I'm not sure. No, this
Yeah,
guy
but
did
I
damn
did
well.
have a
He
theory
damn well
that
seeing.
yeah, I did have a theory that he did actually find the material, but what he was thinking he was looking at was some sort of Star Trek game that's been modified for NASA gaming to simulate training of people. You know, like rename all the US, rename all the US Starfleet different names and give everybody certain. Lieutenants and sort of army type names that are in the war game simulation. Well, I won't call it war game, but space game simulation is what they may have seen. And when someone saw that picture coming up on the terminal, as though someone was there, and they knew straight away they were being hacked, turned it off because maybe that gaming software was actually through the staff there that only knew about it, not the chief, or what do you want to call it, who would slam down hard saying you're not allowed to play games during lunch hour, right? Because we had that problem when I used to work at university. Everybody wanted to play Warcraft during lunch break when the computer's not being used, or in the weekend when there's less people around. And we did actually set up some gaming on the quiet, because I didn't think it's going to be a problem, because I was the manager after all. And we used to have lots of fun just playing on the computers at university over the network there, and we had keys to the rooms, so only we could get in there. So we had like 5 people playing sort of stuff,
Yeah, okay, but that's kind of going away from what actually happened.
No, but that could be what the situation was, though. There could have been a game set up by a group of 5 people that like playing Star Trek and changing the names around, which you could do. You know, you could edit the database. You could add your own ships, and that actually looks like flying saucers, TR-3B, just to make it a bit more fun. So maybe he did.
You get a job in NASA. And what do? You spend your time playing games.
Well, why not?
Supposed to be keeping out hackers.
Not when you paid.
Paul, this is more plausible. What James Oldberg said to me, he said what they've got is an outer layer of security, okay, which is bunk. So you break into the first layer, and it's disinformation. That's what he was trying to tell me. But I think that's bunk as well. I mean, what he found was what he found, and I think it was deep in the bowels. Look at the US response to that hacking. It didn't go down well at all.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole idea that you've got a bunch of military guys who are supposed to be protecting. My God. Playing computer games, and this is what Gary McKinnon actually hacked into, a bunch of computer games, and he didn't recognise one. Oh, come on, man, that is just not acceptable to me.
Well, I'm pretty sure, if I did it and other people around the world did it, NASA
What were you in charge of, Paul? What were you in charge of?
Electrotechnology and the CAD/CAM section.
That's not exactly national security, is it?
It was high spec gear, and they did actually one weekend. Some students went in there and stole all the hard drives because the hard drives were expensive. So next Monday, when everyone come in to do the courses, none of the machines worked because they had all the hard drives stolen. This is the sort of crap you put up with. There's always someone out to ruin a good thing. After that, the gaming stopped because of that crime, because the security was beefed. The security had to be improved, and then it went downhill after that. So It's a shame. It was a lot of fun, and I think it's a good way to for the staff and students sort of to be at one level. I'd set it up and get permission, and on the quiet sort of stuff. I might tell a few people, and everyone was okay with it. It's just that I made it so that they bring their own mouse or keyboard in, so the wear and tear is on that rather than on the equipment. And it depends how you set it up. Definitely, it's plausible. That's what because in dial-up there was a lot of these dial-up games where they used graphics and you could just type the command and it wasn't in real time and it would send it off and the spaceship would move a certain distance and fire lasers at another Klingon ship or whatever. So you could just imagine them changing that around to be like NASA related, and adding UFOs as a bit of fun as the enemy, so Michael's gone, has he? I need to go.
Yeah, be right back.
Soup, is it? What? Tomato soup. Like a sleep. See, this is the problem. Everybody's eating late at night nowadays, so we're putting on weight. IT system analysis here. Okay, cool. Built servers. I grew up on mainframes, and then the PC desktop was sort of trying to be brought in, and everybody was laughing at them, saying they're underpowered, and what can you do with them? But then Windows happened, and then Macintosh popped out and changed the whole thing.
Yeah. But listen, I'd hate to think that the people who are charged with our national security are playing Star Trek games while someone's infiltrating their computers. That doesn't add up.
No. There would have been no one.
Paul, that's not remotely plausible to me.
No, because they weren't there at the time playing it. He just stumbled across the files, right? Enterprise. What's all the different names he found? Do you know? Can you remember what they were called?
Yeah, he was a big Star Trek fan. Don't you think you'd recognise the Star Trek game if you'd seen it?
I think you have a look at the names. It's very similar to the Star Trek game, especially bulletin board one at the time.
Well, no, he couldn't remember. That this is bullshit, Paul, because he couldn't recall any of the names.
I don't think that's true. Anyone out there got a list?
That's what 1,000,000% true. He never, because if he had the names, then people would have been able to look further into it. But he could not remember any of the names.
Names of starships. Pretty sure he had a couple of lists that he said he remembered what was on there. Let's see. I don't know if it was a...
What he discovered was names of non-terrestrial officers. And he could not remember any of the names. He didn't write them down, nothing, which is a little bit suspicious, I have to say.
What's going on? I'm pretty sure I've seen a list of the names. I'm pretty sure other people out there would have found them too. He said there was something like US Enterprise, in US Columbia and stuff like that.
No, I don't hear none of that.
Andromeda, a Hacker's Handbook. Without this book, would you have been able to do it? I would have done it anyway because I use the internet to get useful information. That's right, you look up how to do it. The book was just kickstarted a hacking. I know the government supposed anti-gravity, UFO-related technologies, free energy. Did you find anything in your search? Here we go. Certainly did. There's the Disclosure Project. This is a book with 100 testimonies from everybody from air traffic controllers to those responsible for launching nuclear missiles. So is that what he found? And now it's sort of online. Is that what he's saying? What's in that disclosure project thing?
Oh, the disclosure project. That was Stephen Greer.
Yeah. It's not there now, is it?
Nothing to do with what he actually found. He was a
like the
sucker for
Roswell
Greer.
incident. Assumed that it was the first and assumed there have been others. These relied upon people who have given solid evidence. Yeah, so it does make sense. If that's Greer's disclosure project, why would it be on NASA's database? NASA photographic experts said there was a building 8 at Johnson Space Center where they regularly airbrushed out images. So we've heard about that before. My dial-up was 56k. Very slow. We know what that's like. They weren't about to do what we do now on that old technology. I was able to briefly see one of these pictures. It was silvery cigar-shaped object with geodesic spheres on either side. There was no visible seams or riveting. There was no reference to the size of the object. The picture was taken presumably by a satellite looking down on it. The object didn't look man-made or anything like that, what we have. Because I was using Java...
You have to understand McKinnon was a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
No question about that. He had some really foul beliefs. He believes there's free energy devices, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. It didn't get onto my hard drive. It said internet files. My crowning moment. Someone at NASA discovered what I was doing and was disconnected. Also got access to Excel spreadsheets. Here we go. One was titled Non-Terrestrial Officers. They contain names and ranks of US Air Force personnel who are not registered anywhere else. It also contain information about ship-to-ship transfers, but I've never seen the names of these ships noted anywhere else. Okay, so that's what we want to know. He's obviously got it in his head. Could this have been some sort of military strategy game or hypothetical situation? Someone else is saying the same thing as I did.
No, they're not. You were saying a different thing. You were saying they were playing games in their spare time. That's a totally different thing to what you were saying, Paul.
It's the same thing, but it could be approved. It could be part of their program.
That's a layer of defence. That's not someone playing games when they should be doing something else. Good God, man.
Well,
if you get that kind of money to look after a system, which the entire globe depends on, surely you're not going to be playing Star Trek games, which is what you were saying.
They didn't have VPN back then.
Well, I certainly hope not, anyway. I certainly hope not.
It would have been protected by passwords, I would say. That's what we're saying there. So, let's see. Does he ask what the names were? Is what we're after here. 9/11. Accused by British National. My nose is blocking up. The British Crown Prosecution Service. I was officially charged in 2003. Down the Home Secretary. but we still didn't find out the names. I'm pretty sure there's a list. Kevin McKinnon. USS McKinnon NCC Star Trek Expanded Universe. So they named it after him? I don't know.
Okay, well, I don't know where we're going with this, Paul.
Trying to find the list instead of you keep arguing with me. There is a list out there.
There is no list of officers.
Yeah, there is a list. There is a list.
He didn't recall any of the names.
There we go. Is that the one? List of fictional spacecraft.
Fictional spacecraft? What the hell are you doing?
That's it, talking about McKinnon's list.
No.
Babylon 5, I don't know. Might be there. Other properties. That's what come up in the search, so... McKinnon's names of starships. Maybe you have to put that in quotes. Dan would know. He's in the age group where he would know all this. Reveals detail. Game over McKinnon. Well, actually, it wasn't. He actually got the last laugh. 70 years in jail. Is that all? God knows how much that would cost the taxpayers.
Oh, yeah, the suicide pill, Eddie. You know that, don't you? He wasn't going nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah, the good movie, The War Games. It's sort of like that, isn't it? Where the guy hacks in, starts talking to the artificial robot, which he manages to get connected back into the what do you call it? DEFCON system. Takes over the missiles. Currently faces 20 charges in the US. Only 20. Including stealing computer files, obtaining secrets that might have been useful to the enemy, intentionally causing damage to a protected computer. How would you do that?
Well, if you put a Trojan in there, it can cause havoc.
I guess.
That's what he was doing.
It caused damage and impaired the integrity of information. Go on Agent Science. I can't find anything. War Games was awesome, yeah. 1986, wasn't it? Too much things to look up.
What do you mean?
What the people were talking in the side chat.
McKinnon?
No, in the side chat. Do you want to play a game? Yeah, good one, Dan. Now we just want to find the list. I just wanted to find those lists I've seen online. With
Paul,
some
there
names
is no list. If you've seen one, it's been made up.
Yeah,
McKinnon
from
could
him.
not remember a single name of any of the officers that he claimed that he dug up. Not a single one. If he had, then it would have been a different
Here we
ball
go.
game.
What were the ship names? I can't remember, says Gary. I was smoking a lot of dope.
There you go. Thank you, sir. I have been vindicated. He doesn't remember
Well, I've
nothing.
seen the list. I've seen the list of the names though. So who did
Well,
that?
yeah, Paul, you've seen a hoax website then?
Yeah. Maybe.
Oh, good God, man! Just admit when you're wrong. It's dead easy.
He must have some recollection of what the names were like.
Well,
Whether it's really...
now that's the suspicious thing about it. You'd think you'd have wrote one or two of those names down, wouldn't you? He's a very intelligent guy, and he was a researcher in his own right, if you like. Now I find it very suspicious that he didn't remember any of those names, you know.
Or even half of one.
Yeah, exactly, even half of one.
If you're in a weed state mind, is it possible to be hypnotized to retrieve information?
Yes. Yes, of course
Yeah.
it is.
Hey, Snipes, how's it going?
Hi, Wesley.
Thanks for joining us.
Michael's sending us some links here.
Yeah, I'll just approve them.
Yeah, I'm trying to do it now as we go.
Yeah, I clicked on it anyway, but it just takes a couple of minutes sometimes to get the command through. Yeah, so I don't know. Game over. Stay and what's this one? Federation Starship names. Let's just click on that one. Expanded Universe. No, it's not that one. I've now seen it. I'm not sure if it was photocopied or what.
I think you've seen something on the website, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? Because I know the guy from McKinnon story inside out, and I'm afraid you're talking a load of nonsense, Paul.
No, my memory's normally pretty dang good to this stuff. Because I don't smoke weed.
Yeah, well, if it's that good, you should recall the website where you've seen it. It should be on multiple websites if you remember the names of the officers and remember the names.
I'm not going to remember individual website page names. Come on, that's just unreasonable.
No, but I can. Listen, if you
if I was a savant, maybe in photographic memory, which I thought McKinnon might actually be, which again this surprised me that he's not, because he behaves a wee bit savanty to me. What's that other movie about the savant with what's his name, Hoffman in it? Is it Hoffman?
Everyone thinks he's English. He was actually born in Scotland, Gary McKinnon, but he moved at a fairly young age to London.
Yeah. Now that's all Dan's fault for bringing up the topic, but anyway, I'm not sure what you're meant to be talking about today about anything with people. I don't know.
Yeah, of course. Well, if they ever get the opportunity, you'll never know.
McKinnon, I'm not sure. I think it's spelled with an I. Said there's a UFO technology. There's anti-gravity. Yeah, I read that out earlier from that article. They captured the spacecraft and reverse engineered it. This sounds very Bob Lazar-y. Bob Lazar.
Yeah, see what Dan's saying there, you know, McKinnon. Yeah, he's right on everything there. That is what McKinnon was, a conspiracy theorist, and yeah, he was. He was a bit eccentric as well. The only thing I will say with people with Aspergers, they have a tendency to be very forward. They actually hate people that lie to them, even if you know they're like a child.
You know who else has got that? Dr. Greer.
Let me finish now. You know, if a child says to their dad, "Dad, will I live forever?" and Dad says, "Yes, of course you will," just to comfort him. Well, a kid with Asperger's, when he grows up, will hate that. You see. they're actually very adverse to lies. They don't like it. They want to be told the truth, the whole time. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it will happen in every case of Asperger's.
Yeah. Someone told me that Greer's got it as well, secretly. UFO. I suppose it's not the sort of thing you want to tell people. Greer is coming up. Countdown disclosure.
Well, if Greer has Asperger's, then he goes against the grain because that guy tells nothing but lies. Unless he actually believes his own lies, which I don't believe.
Which might be true because he cries a lot.
Yes, he does break down quite a lot, yeah. And if he's acting on that, he's quite good at it.
Yeah. Yeah. Acknowledged mental health. Exactly. Do we get to see his medical reports? Spiritual.
Of course
what's
not.
That?
You're not going to be privy to his medical reports. We need to read between the lines, don't we? At the end of the day, we know what Greer is. He's a con man. He's a snake oil merchant.
Gary McKinnon, is he telling the truth? Yes.
Well, yeah, but hold on a minute. Yes, okay.
No.
And another person's going to say no. You know, a conspiracy theorist will say yes. A skeptic will say no. And then you get all kinds of answers in between.
Yeah. I'm just seeing what search is bringing up. You don't have to attack me.
No, I'm not attacking you. I've just made my mind up on these two people, Greer and McKinnon, a long time ago. Bringing up random websites and looking for additional information just doesn't gel with me. It doesn't cut. You're not going to find anything new that we're suddenly going to go, so that's what it was. That's not going to happen. The internet's a big place and it's full of disinformation and misinformation. Bringing up random websites like this, trying to find new information, isn't helping at all.
Maybe it wasn't Aspergers or something sounded similar to Aspergers.
No, it was Asperger's. See, there you go again. It was Asperger's, 1,000,000%.
With Dr. Greer comment. I'm just thinking what other.
With McKinnon, as for Stephen Greer, I don't really know. All I know is a con man.
High function Aspergers. Let's have a look at that one.
I wouldn't spend 5 more minutes talking about
emotional sensitivity, and that sounds like Dr. Greer. He does cry a lot. Fixation on particular subjects. Well, that's definitely Dr. Greer. Linguistic oddities. Can't think of anything come to mind there. Social difficulties. Not too sure if he has any of those. Problems processing physical sensations. Well, that's possible because he sees UFOs in his head or talks to aliens. Devotion to routines. It's definitely routined. Yeah. So that's like washing your hands. He's pretty well groomed, isn't he? Most of the time. Development he's
full of energy, and to give him credit on one thing, he's full of energy, and he's a fantastic organizer.
Development of repetitive. All his lectures are all the same, so it's definitely repetitive. Dislike of change. So there's a lot of hits here. So maybe he's partly Asperger's.
Going back to the 90s now. Yeah, he managed to get in contact with some high level people. There's no question about that.
What's this? When a UFO dude is friends with a major banker who wants to do questionable things with the world. You lost me on that one. Did I miss something? He is in bed with the enemy. Illuminati. Got someone from Lions Ground. Hey, we've got a donation. Mr. Snipes, thank you very much. We'll see if we can get your comment up. Alright, so then we got one with comment. It comes up with green. How do we select colours on this? When you can do a donation, is it random? Based on how much you donate, I guess. Yeah, I don't know how it works. Help for the stream. Thanks so much. But you realise this is our last one this year. And unless we get more support, we may not come back next year. So, yeah, more memberships. So we got fixed memberships is what we need, and I've only got one. Got no patron ones.
Yeah, well, I can join as a member, blah, blah, blah. But,
yeah, it's not about you, though. We just need other people.
It's about other people. Yeah, it's about other people, but you can't twist their arm into joining and becoming members.
No, of course not. That's why we never really talk about make sure you donate or sub and all that all the time, because it just gets boring. Keep repeating that sort of stuff. Yeah. And really, it's the support. People showing up and interacting on the side chat. When you do a live show, if you get no one show up like we had 2 days ago, I thought, well, that's it. There should have been at least one or two say something, but not a single one said anything in the side chat. I thought, well, this is it. No one's interested. I was reading that 40-year-old stories going through stuff, and there were some good stuff, articles in there. Which needed to be verified, because 40 years on, there's new information that always comes to light. Men in Black stories was quite good in there. Like the Men in Black was feeling up its partner and saying to the couple, "Is this okay?" Which is really strange Men in Black story I've ever heard. So yeah, if you want to go back and have a listen to some of those stories. Although some of them need to be scanned in. So the idea was to work through the books initially, just to have a quick read of bits and pieces, and then work out which stories were the best ones to scan in and actually do a proper read of it, But anyway, it may happen next year. It depends on if people keep joining up and subbing and posting comments. You should still post comments under videos once they're finished and say, miss you when you're coming back. And that sort of stuff, encouragement.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the difference between autism and Aspergers?
There's not a hell of a lot, and even the experts can't have difficulty telling the difference. It's and even then, it's kind of judgmental.
Yeah.
Which way it goes,
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Mental issues in ufology. I don't know if anyone's done any study on it.
Oh, there's been studies on why people see UFOs. And from a skeptical point of view, all UFO witnesses are mental cases, or really bad observers. It really depends. And some of these people saying these things are qualified. Sadly, I hate to say, they've got PhDs. And that's disturbing, because I think they've got a mental condition themselves. But I'm not going to go into that. We named several people with mental conditions.
Yeah, let's just have a look at some things they're saying anyway, because I never even bothered looking into it really. So this is on one of these COVID things. Public med experiences of alien control in schizophrenia, reflective disorder, and the central monitoring of action. What the hell? 23 acute psychiatric patients who were drug-free at the time of testing performed a motor task designed to elect many errors. Normal subjects and many of them psychotic patients were able to correct these errors in the absence of visual feedback. The ability to make such corrections depends on the subject knowing what response has to be made. The patients with experiences of alien control, so it's just in terminology, it's not actually to do with aliens, I guess, of, where's it gone? Their thoughts and actions, who formed a subgroup of those classified as schizophrenic. I'm pretty sure there's a few schizos in ufology. Alien control, there you go, it's actually a real thing. What's Dan up to? The body members have 11 PhDs between them. Yeah. I think a PhD, you've gone a step too far, you know what I mean? You've been sort of like, it's like being a Freemason, you know, it's getting a basic degree puts you in the category that you're able to research and think outside the box. And then you get your honours on top of that, and then you get your masters. So masters is okay. It just means you go into prove yourself by doing your own research project that you present to the class at the end of the year, and it gets graded. And then you go on to do a PhD, and then that's the step where it goes too far, because it means you're one of them now, which means if you're going to be a quantum scientist, and that's what you have been told to believe in, and you've taken away that, you've sort of been taken away from the out-of-box thinking by that stage. So having a degree is good, but going full on to PhD, I think goes a step too far. It's like recruiting, so to speak. Now, that's my feeling anyway. And those ones that say a degree is pointless doesn't mean a thing, they're wrong. Totally wrong. That's because they can't get a basic degree themselves. Look at all the cool stuff that geekcrafts is doing at the moment. He did his computer science degree recently. He just passed it, and now it's into bitcoins. Yeah, he did. He learned all about bitcoins, how to code it, how to actually make it all work. And now he's creating this thing called bubbleapp.com, which is going to be, runs on top of the internet, but it uses blockchain. Now, he's got a degree. He certainly wouldn't agree with anyone that says degree holders don't know anything. Well, this guy's done this. You know, a bit like me encoding up my avatar. Not many people can do that. Has he changed it? Yeah, it looks like he might have changed it. Maybe not. Yes, he has. There's an interface platform that allows fans and athletes to personalize their connection. I think it's called Bubble App. Is it the one that he did? You pitch deck. When you bubble up, you win. Now, maybe it's not .com. Maybe someone else has got his name now. Then I'm pretty sure it was Bubble.
What are you looking for? No, what are you looking for now?
I'm trying to find geekcrafts social media that he's written.
But what's this got to do with UFOs?
It's not. It's about degree holders. The people that naysay generally can't get a degree.
Paul, is that what we do now, is it? Is that what we do now?
That's what I'm doing. Yeah.
Nothing. Oh, okay.
All right. I think
Just
that's
let
what I
me know
bought.
when you're done.
That's what I thought. I told him. I said,
Okay,
"Look, I think you can't use that name because another company's using it. I think this might be the other company." But maybe he's changed it. It's called Bubbled app, not Bubble app. I wonder if he realizes this is one that's. So obviously he's going to have to change that. So there's a slight change in the name. Unfortunately, I had to start up the other one just to find out where it had changed. The CPU is mixed out now because it uses a lot of JavaScript, like I said. Anyway, so what's going to happen here? I don't know. Go. He's got too much going on the page. So he's going to have to speed that up. Unfortunately, my CPU's gone. Too much for it. As you can see, it's going crazy stuff. Oh, God. Didn't expect that to happen. Are we still live? Yes, I ain't got no control. Come on. It'll be good once I can get this closed down. Yeah. I got no control. Go away. It was going around in a circle here for some reason. Typical Windows 10 piece of crap. Yeah, I'm not sure what I can do. Not respond in Chrome. Yeah, not surprised. Piece of crap it is. No. It's like it's got its own mind. It's going around in circles here.
Can't you just close it down?
No, I got no I/O left. CPU's fucked up. You know, when I swear, it means it's pretty bad.
Just what we were doing on that site, I'll never know. Meanwhile,
it says code.
Yeah, sure. Meanwhile, Dan is saying 6,000 UFO encounters are reported every year, says Robert Powell. Yeah. SCU, Scientific Coalition of Ufology, board member, 98% on. Yeah, 98%. You know, yeah, I could be about right. You know, Dan, we don't know if it's 95 or 90. I guess that's what the SCU have found so far. How long have they been going now? 3-4 years, something like that. But the only thing is, only one has to be ET, and it's game over. But 98%, I reckon it could be close to that. reckon it could be.
Okay.
But even if it was 99.9, we're still in business. And then that's just sightings. You see, then you got the abduction thing, and you got the cattle mutilation thing. It's a whole different ball game again. Oh, you managed to get back on a desktop now then?
No. Yeah, so yeah, that's what we got on. I'm not sure though. Let me just clear that. Yeah, I'm not too sure if it's going to work here though. I'm just going to risk it again. Bubbled.
Oh,
Yeah.
why? Why are you doing this?
Because I want
Nothing to do with UFOs.
Bubble. Oh, it's around the wrong way. I don't know, I just want to see if it looks up under this. I think it's this Chrome. I can't even spell. People might want to join it and test it out for them. There you go. Welcome to Bubble. This is what he's written. And I saw these little bubbles he's got going around. It just sucks up all the CPU. So yeah, you know Geekcraft. He's the one that does politics stuff at the moment. But yeah, it just chews up all my CPU, but it's not as bad as what it was in Chrome. At least it closes the tab. Anyway, carry on.
But I'm talking in the side chat. It's the only time we get to talk.
No, you can talk all the time. I was busy trying to get the machine back, wasn't I? So it's called Bubbled. He needs to change that name though. Yeah, so I was looking up what they're saying about UFOs and mental stuff. I was just seeing what's available there, and there was actually a thing called alien control, which is actually a real thing. But it's nothing to do with UFOs, of course. That's what they call it. Released UFO photo prompts more questions. The psychiatrist who wanted to believe. Who's that? Dr. Mick Crazy. So there's not too much there about UFOs and medical. There's not much there on the search.
There's Paul, but then PDF files. There's been a lot of psychological studies on UFOs. I've read a few of them, and some of them are quite appalling, to be honest.
Well, they often talk about the regression hypnosis being a faulty instrument, which I sort of agree with. You don't even know if the guy's acting on the couch when he's talking about what he's seeing. So how do you know? Unless you got some sort of brain machine that can actually tell whether they're being creative or actually in a sleep state, that would make a difference, I think. But has anyone actually hooked up any brainwaves recording gear when they hypnotize people? Not as far as I know.
To measure brain activity, yeah. I'm not really sure how well that would work with someone under regression, to be honest.
Well, they can tell you what beta waves, gamma waves, and all that is on the brain activity, wherever you know if you're really asleep or not, right?
Well, yeah, it's a
Yeah.
semi-conscious state, isn't it?
So, see, this is the thing with ERT. I'm not sure how they do their checking of people, but that would be one thing I'd have to check if they're going to do hypnosis. Would be whether they're really asleep. Now they've got these headgear that you can buy, and they can measure that sort of stuff, and it's not intrusive and it just fits in your head. So that's going back to 2012, but there's a lot of reading there about Mack's. And he's talking about what's that one saying there? Disorders such as schizophrenia. Mack was keen to stress that his patients could not be diagnosed with disorders such as schizophrenia. As far as Mack was concerned, the treatable mental illness was the trauma of the alleged encounter, not the actual abnormal experience in itself. So that says really their mentalness is from being scared shitless by aliens visiting them.
Yeah,
so actually, yeah, this article is pretty good, so I'll just post it on the side. Mack's mental comments. So he's saying the people weren't mental. Basically, what he's saying, he's a head shrink, so he should know. But still, I reckon they need to do more experiments in that side of thing. And they're still talking about sleep paralysis here on Abductions, and I just think that's just hilarious. Because
there's hilarious. I've had sleep paralysis all my life, and it's got nothing to do with alien abduction, nothing at all. And I just mention here now, there's a Claire here, Claire Mendresse. Sorry if I've massacred your name, Claire. I don't have any faith in that hypnosis. Well, regression is hit and miss. It can be a dangerous thing as well, Claire. It can, I'm sure you know this. It can induce false memories, and whether those memories are false or not, you still have to live with them. That's still real to you then. So it's a dangerous game. Now, someone came to me this week and said, "Oh, listen, I've been talking to someone. I won't mention that someone's name, but I don't think she's legitimate, that particular person, and she's going to recommend a person for me so I can have regression because I have missing time as a child." And I tried to persuade him out of not doing it. Whether he's going to listen to me or not, I don't know, but I'm a little bit concerned, especially the source he was going to go through, shall I say.
Yeah.
It's I can find someone that's it won't be someone I know personally, but I can find out through other people someone who might be more suitable for him. If he's really hell bent on doing it, there's nothing you can do. Nothing you can do at all. But even Bert Hopkins, John Mack, all of them, they'd only, Peter Robbins even said it as well, they'd only encourage people to do it if they were hell bent on recovering those memories. Because they all know, and they all should know, it's just not 100%. By far, I mean, that's why it's not admissible in a court of law.
Yeah. Plus sleep paralysis, 25% happen in the daytime or whatever it was. Haven't got the stats handy.
Yeah. Of course, it all depends on the hours of sleep.
But then they talk about lucid dreaming.
Yeah, lucid dreaming is another thing. That lucid dreaming and night paralysis are like two different things. I've occasionally had lucid dreams, and you know that with a lucid dream, you know you're dreaming, but you're still living the dream. If you see what I mean, and you can actually change the course of the dream with lucid dreaming. or you can try. It might not always work. I tried it myself 3 times. Oh, right, okay, waste of time. But some people aren't always receptive to it, you know. If you're a little bit afraid of it before you go under, and there's every chance it's not going to happen, then it will be a waste of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and sleep paralysis, it is horrendous. It's not nice at all, but it's not abduction.
No.
Abduction's another thing altogether.
Well, when I lucid dream, I know it's a lucid dream and it's not real,
Yeah,
but it is like watching. It's like watching a movie, but you're actually part of the movie. Like it's happening all around you in 3-dimensional
yes,
color, right?
yes, yeah,
It's like it's like an out of body experience. If people say that it's like you're actually standing there watching what's going on, which is possible. I wouldn't discount it for spooky action at a distance scenario. And of course, a lot of people I see I've never ever seen before, and I think, and I know I'm thinking, am I really here? Do I know any of these people? I'm actually processing the scene, but I never bother writing it down after. I think I just fully wake up and go and get a cup of tea or whatever in the kitchen and think, well, that was a strange experience. But I'm getting more and more aware when I do have it, which is kind of interesting, and I'm having more of them more regularly than I ever used to. Maybe it's because we do UFO stuff. I don't know. Maybe it's influencing us mentally somehow, subliminal programming. But yeah, maybe it's part of the experience, part of the aliens, where everybody has that sort of collective experience of lucid dreaming. But I haven't seen any aliens in lucid dreaming. Only normal people. And maybe some people doing strange stuff, or... And the other weird ones you tend to get where you're being influenced by your own body is you're in a party and you're trying to find the toilet to go toilet, right? And when you wake up you're going to have to burst and run to the toilet because you're bursting. And when you're dreaming that you're going peas in this party and feeling better when your bladder's about to explode in real life.
yeah.
But eventually I do wake up and have to dash off to the toilet and go, and there's one thing I do notice is that sort of breaks through where your brain's trying to interrupt your dream and try and wake you up. I'm not sure if anyone else has had that. I can remember it 5 times now when that's happened. And it generally ends up being in a school or somewhere like that where there's lots of toilets and you're trying to get to the toilet and you find them all been smashed up, public toilets been damaged and you can't sit down or you can't pee in it or flush it. It's really strange. Maybe I have a sad view on the people out in the world out there. Sounds really bad all the time. Okay. Anyway, I wasn't meant to take you over on this topic. I was just, people bringing it on the side chat, so I was just looking it up to see what's out there. You can talk about any other UFO topic you want to.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's about time we moved on to UFOs, I suppose. But no, the sleep paralysis and the abduction thing and altered states of consciousness, that's fair game. That's well worth talking about because for me, to put abduction down as some kind of sleep aberration, it just doesn't work. You would have to invent a new complete mental illness to explain abductions. I mean, I have sleep paralysis all the time. I don't see aliens. I don't even get. Sometimes I do get the feeling of the presence in the room, but as soon as I wake up, I don't see anything. The one time I did see something that had nothing to do with sleep paralysis at all. Yeah, simply it doesn't work for me, and it's a cop out. It's a nasty cop out. Now, okay, let's say for example, now there's a rare form of sleep paralysis or something similar where you do see an alien. Now, how the hell does that explain? Yeah, all the people who've experienced abductions when they're driving, when they're fishing, when they're out hiking.
Yeah.
How does that explain that? No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
And if you're talking about some hypergothic state, yeah, you have four people together and all experiencing the same thing at the same time. F off.
Yeah.
Not a chance. Not happening. Doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah.
You'd have to invent a complete new, definitely mental illness to explain it all. Calvin Parker, Betty and Barney Hill. I spoke to a guy recently who was hiking through Snowdonia Mountains. He was abducted. Had all the classic cases of an abduction with some unusual little twists and turns. Hopefully I'll be able to talk about that in more detail one day. I don't know. This guy doesn't want to be known, I can tell you.
Yeah.
No, there's something going on, and it's got nothing to do with sleep paralysis or sleep aberrations or anything like that. I don't know what it is and when it started. It's difficult to say. I mean, if you look at Jacques Vallée's work, he believes it's been happening over a long, long period of time, as in going back to ancient times. If you look at David Jacobs' work, he doesn't believe it started happening until at least the 1930s. Now, why would it start happening now? I don't know. But you can go and look at both those people's conclusions. Then again, I mean, for me, I've never met a person who's had a positive experience from abduction. At this point, nobody's claiming space brothers. They're all quite disturbed by what's happened to them. Do you know what I mean? And they're still trying to deal with it. As John Mack said, the unusual thing was they all seemed to be suffering from PTSD. But having said that, Mack also thought that it was some kind of spiritual thing, that it was all going to be fine in the end. When the likes of Bert Hopkins and Jacobs said something completely different, that this thing wasn't good. And that's the way I lean to it as well. If you don't know what it is, how can it be good?
Yeah.
We don't know what we're dealing with. I mean, we take animals out of the wild and we tag them, and for the animal, that might be a horrendous experience.
But a thing stuck in your ear.
Yeah. But the animal wouldn't know what you're doing. It's going to cause them a lot of distress, but we're actually doing it for good reasons. For the overall good of the species. So you can look at it in that context as well.
Yeah.
And then, on the other hand, we still do experiments on guinea pigs and other animals, and we kill them in the process. Now, how do we know these guys aren't doing something similar to that? Because there's a possibility that if you look at, the likes of David Paulides' work and what have you, a lot of these people don't come back.
Yeah. Scientists are suddenly much more bullish about the possibility of life out there.
Yeah, Claire, again, if it's not voluntary, it's most likely not good. Absolutely, I agree.
Yeah. My experience was a strange one though, but it wasn't good or bad. But there was some, I would like to be, confronted and asked before they proceed. Hey,
Yeah.
do you want to fix your back? Yeah, sure. This is going to hurt. You still want it?
Yeah, but why would they fix your
Yeah.
back? Just think of it, there's people dying every day. We're not fixing them, are they, Paul? Why are they going to pick on you and think, oh, you're the saviour, we're going to fix your back? Come on, think about it.
Well,
Listen,
experiment. What?
if they're
If you're a
fixing you, then
scientist and you want to experiment on humans and see if you can fix their back, would be something you probably want to try and do. To see if you can extend their life or see what their weaknesses are. Obviously, back problem is one of the biggest problems in humans, as well as heart problems and diabetes.
well,
And
Paul, they don't appear to be doing that, do they? They're not stepping in at all in that manner. The only reason we live longer today is simply because our health service has improved. I mean, look at medieval surgery compared now to today. It's no wonder we're living 20 years longer.
So I want to know. I want to know how many doctors have claimed to be abducted by aliens. Wouldn't that be good to get access to all that research information from ERT? No, it's all hidden behind a firewall. You ain't going to get public information on that. If it was constantly updated on a website, that would just be amazing, having access to all that information. We could look at it now and see how many doctors, how many cops have been abducted, how many FBI, how many CIA, NSA, how many presidents are claimed to be abducted. Maybe they got some presidents on the books, who knows, or government. And, out of body, yes. Now, what's this one? My body was rumbling and wavering to the vibrations of the low hum. Maybe the hum sound is part of the resonance to make the atoms pass through solid objects. Like Tesla was working on. No fear, no thoughts, only now. Oh, there you go. Yeah, we've seen the fireballs. I think most of us have seen the meteorites and the green fireballs. Chemtrails. Well, technically there are chemicals in all trails, even if it's water vapor, so you can call it chemtrails if you want, if you want to be stupid about it. You want to see an orb. Clear as lucky. See orbs all the time. Strange as they only started a couple of years ago. How big are they? Basketball size?
Yeah, and what part of the world do you live, Claire?
She's still there? She's typing that probably.
Yeah. Oh, in the UK, right. What part of the UK? Oh, Birmingham. Midlands, okay. Yeah, we've had quite a discussion jobs over the last few shows, to be honest. I mean, when I'm on.
Orange.
Yeah, they're quite often orange. That's the most popular colour, but they do come in other flavours as well. We're not quite sure what they are, but we know they're being studied.
Yeah.
Do you want to move on to
what's-
some of the stuff that I got? Oh, Nick Pope, come on. That's definitely
Yeah.
times
I noticed Goofon. Someone's going on about Nick Pope lately. Who was it? Goofon was, but only because someone else was bringing him up. Steve Cambion is on his back or something, that he's a liar. That he was in charge of the UFO office when he was actually just a desk clerk.
Yeah.
He should come clean on that.
Well, no. Look, let's be honest about this. He was in a position where 80% of his job, or maybe more, was just a clerk. Yeah?
Yeah,
But he was
read
also
that thing there.
responsible. Maybe let me finish, yeah? He was also responsible for taking some UFO sightings. There's no question about that. But the real UFO project was Project Condign, which was running behind his back all the time. Now, whether Nick Pope actually knew it or not is another thing.
Computer slow. No, the messages only come up when I click on them. Doesn't come up automatically. But it says here former chief UFO investigator. Now that's what people were saying is bollocks. He was a clerk.
It is bollocks.
Well, why does the media keep saying that?
Probably. Oh,
so is that really Nick? Yeah, is that Nick Pope saying that though, or is it just the media just getting it all wrong again? You know, mainstream media always get it wrong.
The truth lies halfway in between. I can tell you now, it was Air Staff 2A that he was working for, and that was a UFO desk. As in, it had some UFO responsibilities, and that was taking sightings. All the research was done over the phone. All he had was a secretary. It was a microcosm.
Well, there had to be someone that stepped in for him when he was out of office, like doing lunch or away on holiday or something. So there had to be two people doing his job, or a substitute person they got in.
I don't think so. I think no. Listen, it was just a public facing thing. Project Blue Cheese, if you like. And Nick Pope pumped it to make a career out of ufology. That's all you need to know about Nick Pope. He was no UFO expert. Good God, he never went out to investigate a single UFO case. His office never did. Any good case was investigated by Air Force Intelligence and the MOD, probably the I-55.
Greer will try to help when I'm paid. That's the problem. None of us is paid in ufology unless you're a fraud. That's the whole problem. I think if a person sees UFO, they will get interested in them. Yep, and what's the first thing they do? They go search, and they get who do they get to watch? Third Phase of the Moon and Secure Team, because they're the ones still available in search engines or whatever. Because everybody promotes them, because they're on other pages. And the more people post it around their own websites, the more visible they get. But mostly because both of those have been in newspapers, right? So they're still going to be found by people searching MUFON, Secure Team, and Blake Cousins. And none of those are really excellent sources to get answers from. Even MUFON, I'm afraid. But if you know people in MUFON that are high up, then on the secret you get to know things that's not public. And I'm pretty sure Robert's come across that same scenario where they tell you stuff that you think, damn, why isn't that not public knowledge? And so, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
kind of
it happens all the time. Like, people think they're sitting on a smoking gun, and but I'm highly critical of MUFON, and I've got a lot of friends in MUFON as well. I'm critical of the way they do things. You know, I don't think hiding full access to a case behind the paywall is a good thing. Ufology should be for nothing. Shouldn't have to pay to get access to a case, you know.
I personally think we should be government funded because we're doing a service for them. We're trying to figure it out, so we should be, it should be.
Yeah, we're trying to take it out. They're trying to cover it up. I'm not sure how they
They should be paying us to do it. We get better answers than all the experts do anyway. What did ATIP ever figure out? And always hear this thing called Batman balloon and stuff like that, and triangles and night vision cameras when it's actually the iris. Crap like that. These are the experts, and it's coming across as laughable. If more stuff that Corbell puts out like that, the more disappointed I get in who are the credible people behind the scenes actually doing the investigations, if that's the sort of leaks we're getting. There have been enough well-known encounters to fill encyclopedias. Who said that? Betty and Barney Hill?
It's a fact. It's a fact.
Yeah. I just wonder who said that, though.
Well, go back to where?
No, that's the header, and it's never underneath it. Then it talks about, it's just like the header. And then it goes on to Betty and Barney Hill.
Who's wrote the article?
I don't know. What's this one? Do we know this one?
Yeah. That's Sexual Encounter, 1957. I think it was Brazil, Antonio Villas-Boas.
Oh, that's the one we lost ads on because we put up some pictures of nude aliens or whatever it was. It's ridiculous, Google. Yeah, I'm listed as an adult site here. If people can't see a few titties painted on a canvas, for Christ's sake. The Wells Signal. Foo Fighters. Okay, what's it saying about them?
Yeah, Paul, listen, I've got some stuff I wanted to go through. We've gone 2 hours now and I haven't even started on it, you know.
Yeah, like it's the last show, so it doesn't really bother me. We can keep on going until you collapse.
Well, yeah, but listen, 2 hours now. I got up quite early today. It's 2 a.m. for me coming up already, you know.
Yeah, well, it's up to you. Carry on. Else I'll find material to talk about otherwise, if you are lacking.
What do you mean I'm lacking? Paul, I've been waiting to share it the whole 2 hours.
No, if you're lacking on stuff, I can find stuff to talk about, like Foo Fighters. But like the stuff on the webpage here.
Paul, do you want to know what I've been working on or not? If you don't, it's okay, you can carry on.
He ain't listening, is he? Carry on, Robert. Do your own thing. Come on, hurry up.
Yeah. What do you mean, hurry up, Paul? I've been waiting 2 hours.
You're too busy complaining. Just post the link on the site.
How about that for a laugh? I've been waiting 2 hours, yeah? And now I've got to hurry up. Yeah? Does that make sense? Does that make sense, people?
He's just getting tired. Come on, Robert. Get on, move
Yeah,
it.
getting tired. Really.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I said.
So
This is why
anyway,
we need a. This is why we need a break from it.
I'm not tired at all, Paul. It's just that today's kind of rambling all over the place. Some good subjects, but I don't know. I feel like you're just resigned now. I think you're done. That's the impression I'm getting.
Yep. Well, like I said, it comes down to support. No one's interested in listening to me anymore, so moving on.
Okay.
They can listen to all the other rambling heads out there that are complaining about other ufologists and having a good laugh and mimicking voices and acting like a clown in the circus, three-ring circus. People seem to like that. They like entertainment. Anyway, what do you want to talk about? What are you doing?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Well, what I've been doing over the last few months is investigating as many sightings as I possibly can in my North Wales area. So at first I was going to confine it to like Anglesey, which is an island, 25 miles from north to west, north to south, 25 miles east to west. So it's not a big island. It's off the coast of North Wales. And I quickly realised I wasn't casting my net further enough. So I decided to cast it out maybe over North Wales and North West Wales and even the Snowdonia region. And of course then the Irish Sea. And what started me off on this was the incident that happened over Shannon. Well, not over Shannon, it was over the Irish Sea, but the plane was en route from New York to Shannon Shannon Air Base, not a military base, Shannon Airport. It was a commercial flight, and it was basically a near miss. You can have a look at a quick report of the sighting here. I'll leave it here for you.
Right.
So when I looked at this case, I was thinking, well, hold on. I wonder if this is maybe the only case over the Irish Sea. And I thought, I really doubt it. So I started digging a bit deeper. And oh boy, found some very interesting stuff. Some of it a little bit disturbing. So don't know if you can get this one quickly up on screen, and we'll skim through this, and I'll show you what else I found.
Right, it's up on the screen.
Okay, I can't see it. Right, okay. So this one happened only a couple of years ago, and it was quite unusual because it was reported by 3 different airlines, 3 different pilots. Now, my problem is the Irish Aviation Authority are in charge of this case, and they're conducting the investigation, but I'll explain why it's a problem to me later. But if you have a little scroll down, you can see that basically whatever it was actually came alongside one of the aircraft at one time, stayed with him for quite some time, and you can actually, if you go looking for it, you can hear the transcript between Shannon Air Base, Shannon Airport, and several different pilots. It's a very interesting interview. Now, this is on my turf, so this is of interest to me. I'm thinking of making a database of sightings in North Wales, and I'm going to include as much information as I can. So this has to go in there. So yeah, so that got me to thinking that there must have been other incidents like this. Okay. Oh my God, I found some stuff. And one of them, it goes back a long way. It goes back to 1968 when I was only 2 years old. And this wasn't an EMS. This was a direct hit, and 61 people were killed. And the circumstances are very unusual. But still to this day, the plane collided with the UFO. So I feel the need to look into it further. Anyway, I'm going to give you a synopsis of the case now. I'll leave the case here for you. So I don't know if you want to get the reader on this, or I'll read it out. It's up to you.
You got it going to your hard drive. You probably need to delete that one again. Have you got it down to a web page?
Ooh, what's happened there?
Well, you got a link going to your hard drive, C drive.
Oh, no.
You better delete that.
Oh, okay. It's okay. I can sort that out in no time. Give me two.
You need the web page if it's a web page, or...
Yeah, that's what I've done. I've stored it on the hard drive, you see. So that link is no good.
Mm-hmm.
But don't worry, I'm awful good at finding things quickly. Here we go.
I better delete that one.
Yeah.
Let's see. Remove, no. It says I can't delete it. You have to delete it yourself. That's kind of weird.
I see. Let's see. Okay, remove. There we go. But you can still click on the one underneath with the last one I posted, Paul.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Really...
I didn't actually get a drink, I don't think. It's getting hotter in the bedroom here. Cookies, acceptable. No news is bad news. 50 years on, mystery still surrounds Ireland's worst ever air crash. Okay.
Now there's a number of things that could have happened here. Among the main theories are a target drone. Okay, there seemed to be a military exercise going on in the area. So it collided with a target drone, which should have been one hell of a cock-up, if that was the case. Or a missile was shot at the target drone and happened to hit the plane instead, which is another absolute catastrophic blunder. If that happened, another one is and it's the most unlikely one, that the plane wasn't maintained properly. But the thing is here, the pilot actually reported seeing a UFO. He didn't know what it was. There was a wake from the UFO as it passed the craft, and boom, there was a collision. So yeah, you put the reader on that if you like, Paul. Or I could read it out for you because you're going up and down like no man's business.
Okay. We'll just do it.
50 years on, mystery still surrounds Ireland's worst ever air crash. The aircraft went down into the sea just off Tusker Rock, killing all 61 passengers and crew.
Is it loud enough?
Yeah.
March 24th, 2018, 11:30 a.m. 32,422 views, 50 comments. Share 108, tweet, email 1.
See, this is why
Landing of the wreckage at Rosslar Harbour in Wexford in March 1968. Image, Getty Images. Today is the 50th anniversary of Ireland's worst ever air disaster. Just after noon on Sunday, March 24th, 1968, Aer Lingus Flight 712 from Cork, to London Heathrow crashed off the Wexford coast. The aircraft, a Vickers Viscount named St. Philim, went down into the sea just off Tusker Rock, killing all 61 passengers and crew. Of the 57 passengers, 35 were Irish, 9 were Swiss, 6 were from Belgium, 5 were British, and 2 were American. Only 14 bodies were ever recovered from the scene, and the cause of the crash has never been determined.
Pause it, Paul.
Investigation. The flight took off from...
Now, amongst the UFO people, you can imagine what a stir that caused, yeah? 61 people on board, only 14 bodies recovered. So now we've got conspiracy theories of a mass abduction. Now, I'm not going down that route, to be honest. What I think has happened there, the canopy of the plane has been fractured. The tide pool in the Irish Sea is absolutely horrendous. You can fall off the end of the breakwater on Holyhead and you'd be in Ireland, washed up on the shore the next day. So I think what's happened there, the cabin's been fractured and they've spilt out into the sea and the tide has washed them away. That's why they've never been found. I don't know if that was the case, but I certainly think that's more likely than an abduction. But, so you can see where the UFO guys were onto this from the start. Okay, do you want to bring it on?
Off from Cork Airport that morning at 10:32 a.m. for London. Later, in a garbled message, it is indicated that another aircraft was in the area.
What's happened to the CPU?
In its final message 8 seconds later, co-pilot Paul Heffernan said,
What's going on?
See why I hate the
12,000
reader?
feet descending, spinning rapidly. The plane eventually went down close to Tusker Rock. There was no black box recorder on the plane. Questions
doesn't
have
need to be on a
abounded as to
computer,
how
so-
the flight went down, with a popular theory being that an RAF missile was responsible for the crash. Source: Getty Images. The conclusion that there was another aircraft involved is inescapable, investigator Richard O'Sullivan said in his report, which is responsible for much of the speculation. No aircraft have been reported missing, but there remained the possibility that an unmarked aircraft, either a drone aircraft target or a missile, might have been there. Theories. The most popular theory is that the St. Philim was hit by a rogue missile fired from a nearby missile testing range. The Royal Aircraft Establishment's
Not
range at
terrorists.
Aberporth in Dyfed in Wales was at the time the most advanced missile testing station in Britain. Other theories include that the plane may have been struck by a pilotless drone,
Yes.
or that it was downed
This
by
one.
mistake by a British warship, the HMS Penelope.
Yeah, I think it's fairly safe to rule out the target drone. Because if that hit the plane, that would have come down as well. And they'd have recovered that to have known the culprit. Now, the only way it could have been that is if the military had thought, oh my God, what have we done here? We've killed 61 civilians. Yeah? We better recover that drone quick and cover the whole thing up. Now, that's possible, but I doubt it because there was members of, you know, the lifeboat service, the Coast Guard were all out there looking for the wreckage, and they only found wreckage of the plane. So I think it's highly unlikely it was a target drone. Now, if it was a missile, now what would have happened there if it was a missile that brought it down? Surely the missile would have come down somewhere as well. But they found nothing else apart from the aircraft. Now, I'm not saying this is aliens, but I'm just saying it's suspicious. Carry on.
A crew member from the HMS Penelope later alleged that part of the wreckage was recovered by his vessel. Source: Getty Images. Yet another theory states that the plane was hit by a pilotless drone. Compounding all these issues was the fact that serious problems were reported with the search and salvage operation, which was carried out by the Royal Navy. Hashtag Open Journalism. No news is bad news. Support the journal. Your contributions will help us continue to deliver the stories that are
Skip.
Support us now.
Skip.
Yeah.
There's another bit to it.
Yeah, there's more to it.
Further adding to the confusion was the fact that a 2002 review by the Air Accident Investigation
So
Unit
missed
found
it.
that paperwork relating to a routine inspection of the aircraft carried out in
If
1967
I
was
guess my
missing.
mouse click, it'll go back up.
The issues with inspection of the aircraft
It's not
refocused
the-
theories onto its maintenance.
Go back up.
It took 70 days to find the wreckage of the aircraft, despite several reports pointing to where it was finally discovered. Further adding to the confusion was the fact that a 2002 review by the Air Accident Investigation Unit found that paperwork relating to a routine inspection of the aircraft carried out in 1967 was missing.
CPU.
The issues with inspection of the aircraft refocused theories onto its maintenance. Still to this day, there are no definite answers as to what happened. The AEIU investigation reported that a structural failure of the port tailplane metal fatigue, corrosion, flutter, vibration in a control surface, which may cause control difficulty and lead to a structural failure, or a bird strike may have been the cause. The disaster will be commemorated today in Rosslar, co-Wexford, where a wreath-laying event will take place at the crash spot. Relatives will be taken to the site by the Irish Navy, and a ceremony will be held later. A commemorative mass will also be held on Sunday in Cork.
What's that? That's it, isn't it?
Yeah,
Got to the end.
that's about it. Now, what I've done there, that's a really sober website, and it's just giving you the facts, and I appreciate that. Now, there's other websites out there that look at this crash, and there's aliens everywhere. You know what I mean? You can kind of understand where they're coming from, because to this day, it's hit a UFO. Now, UFO, that simple acronym does not mean alien spaceship, like a lot of people think it does. But still, the whole thing is kind of suspicious, and it's not the only one I found. I found another major incident in 2004 where an aircraft was hit and damaged by a UFO. They never found an answer to that. So, what the hell's going on? I don't really know. But now, what I've done, I've filed freedom of information requests to the Irish Aviation Authority, all the Coast Guards on the Irish Sea, and also the CAA. That's the Civil Aviation Authority. I was always a little bit, in the past, a bit like skeptical about FOIA requests, because I didn't really know how to do them. But I've spent a lot of time researching, the correct way to do it and the best way to do it. And I've had a little bit of help on the way as well. I'll tell you what I'll do. If I can send you something on Discord, Paul, I'll give you like an outline of what I've done, a template of what I've done.
Ideally, it's best to have someone on your team that does it for you. I would have John Greenwald to do the FOIA requests. But
no, there's one thing I don't want yet, and that's ever someone doing something for me. Never. I don't want that. I want to do it myself.
That just adds on to your workload, though. But then you have to be in the country doing. Do you have to be in the country that you're doing the FOIA request, or does it actually get
Now, I was
processed the
going to
same
bring that up.
level? Like if you're American and UK and you want to do a FOIA request, will they treat it a lower priority than someone that
Right.
actually lives in the UK?
Now, okay, Paul, very good point. This is my problem. The people who have the most information on this is the Irish Aviation Authority, okay? Now, here in the UK, our Freedom of Information Act didn't come in until the year 2000. In Ireland, as in Southern Ireland, which is independent from the UK, it didn't come in until 2004. Problem is, as a UK citizen, I can only send them a request, which is what I've done, but they don't even have to reply to it because it's not law abiding. It's not bound by law, if you see what I mean. With the CAA, they have to respond. With the Coast Guard, they have to respond.
I'm surprised they don't charge
By
you
law.
something as well.
They can charge admin fees. But
Yeah.
what happens there? If you narrow your search, you'll see what I've done here. If you keep your search fairly narrow, then you're minimising the expenses. Now, if you were to get in touch with the MOD, for example, now, and ask for every single UFO sighting from 1947 up till the present day, well, I can tell you now it's going to end up at about £60,000. If you're looking for something, you've got to narrow it down to maybe a week or a month or a region. But anyway, if you can bring that up on the screen, you can see what I've done. I'm just going to pop off a wee. What's Wes saying now? Hold on. First, what's Wes saying?
What link have I got to put up?
Yeah, they did. Wes, they did have target drones in 1968.
Did I miss something?
That's how they trained the missiles on the target drones. Yeah, and you're right again. So the Irish now they can. And I phoned the office, Wes, and they were laughing at me because they knew I didn't have access. Well, I'm going to have the last laugh because there's a way around this. I know people in Southern Ireland, so all I do, is give them the blueprint for what I want to be asked and ask them to do it for me. And nothing they can do. And then that person sends me the information. I didn't think of that myself, by the way.
So what link do you want me to put up?
I've just sent it to your Discord, Paul.
Oh, Discord. Okay, let me just check. Was there a reason for it being... I haven't had anything pop up. You haven't pushed enter key, have you?
Yeah, I have, I think. Oh, don't say I've done that again.
Not get these things.
Upload failed. Oh, no, I did press the key. Let me try again. Upload failed again, Paul.
Is it greater than 8 megabytes? Because you can't send it over 8 megabytes.
No, it
That's
shouldn't
the problem.
be. It shouldn't be any. It shouldn't be anything like that.
I've got Nitro. I can get up to 100 megabytes, but only me was allowed. Was just stupid.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll read it out to you. I'd like to show you the format, but never mind. I found the Coast Guard.
Well, you want to try sharing your screen, maybe, and we can give it a try.
I can't do that now, can I? Yeah, we can't do that now. But
you can, but
no, that's too much of a disaster.
You're just too bit scared of doing it. I don't think it can go wrong though. Let's see.
No, Paul. It's just people are interested now, and let's keep it going. Yeah. So basically, this is what I'm saying.
You have to click on that
So
icon on your end,
yeah,
and then you can.
never mind. I've left my name, address at the top, telephone number, email address, and all that. Yeah. It goes like this: Dear Sir, Madame, I am writing to make an open government request for the information to which I am entitled to under the Freedom of Information Act 2000. Please send me. And then it's information request 1. All UAP activity over the Irish Sea, North West Wales, East Coast of Ireland for dates 1st and 14th of November. So I've narrowed it down to a 14-day period there. Now, the reason I'm doing that is so it doesn't get expensive. And the sightings then will coincide with the event. All UAP activity is seen by multiple flights pilots on the 9th of November 2018. All UAP activity over Irish Sea, northwest of Wales, east coast of Ireland, from the 21st to the 28th of March 1968. All information on AER Lingus Flight 172, including military activity on or above the Irish Sea surrounding this incident. I would like to extend this request to all relevant Coast Guard facilities, i.e. Holyhead, Isle of Man, Liverpool and Belfast. And then the most important thing is to remind them of their obligation. If this request is too wide or unclear, I would be grateful if you could contact me, as I understand that under the Act you are required to advise and assist requesters if any of this information is already in the public domain. Please can you direct me to it with page references and URLs. So if it's in the public domain, yeah, they have to point me in the right direction. They have to give me the link directly to the information. And that, of course, won't cost me a penny.
Mm.
If the release of any of this information is prohibited on the grounds of breach of confidence, I ask that you supply me with copies of the confidentiality agreement and remind you that the information should not be treated as confidential if such an agreement has not been signed. So this is important stuff. Just remind them that you know what you're talking about, because if you don't, they'll take the piss. I understand that you are required to respond to my request within 20 working days. Now, the CAA have already got back in touch with me and said they're dealing with my request. Now, from what I've heard, the CAA are one of the better ones for dealing with requests, and they're quite forthcoming. Yeah, they're quite forthcoming with their information. But you'll be surprised at what I've heard about the Coast Guard. Now, you wouldn't think that the Coast Guards would have much information on UAP, would you? Well, apparently they have quite a bit. Maybe not as much as you might want, but they're well worth a punt. Yeah, and I would be grateful if you could confirm in writing that you've received the request. I look forward to hearing from you. And of course, I would like the above information to be provided to me as sorry, got a frog in my throat. Paper or copies
David.
or audio tape version. Hello, you still there?
Yeah, you dropped out after you coughed. After I said COVID, we got censored. That's probably something that's Google's rolling in. They can censor you in real time now, I think.
Yeah, it's a shame you couldn't actually see that on the screen because me reading out there isn't much use.
Well, you can try the screen share, like I said. You just select your tab.
No, I'm not doing that. Let's see it.
I know you're a wee bit scared. But it doesn't matter if you drop out. You can just double start Jitsi again if you're stuffed up, though.
Yeah, I want. It's
it
very
should.
unusual. It won't let me do that. Very unusual. Let me see. Yeah, if it does it with the other one I've got here.
So if you go the second icon, you can say screen share.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that now, Paul. It's going to be a disaster trying to work
And
things
then you
out.
can select your screen 1 and screen 2, or you can choose your window, or browser tab, or Brave tab. You should be able to do it. It's quite well thing. How do we get rid of it going though?
No, that's the second upload that's failed now.
Escape key.
Doesn't like me doing that, does it?
No, but you can screen share what you're looking at. That's what I'm saying. Down here, click on that, and then choose window, or
yeah, I don't know what you're doing now. Where are you?
Well, if you watch my screen, I'll show you.
All I can see is me. I'm on full screen, mate. I can't see what you're doing.
Down the bottom here, where my cursor is. Can you not see that?
Yeah.
Third icon along the bottom there on Jitsi.
Okay, let's try it.
Share your screen. Just watch what I do. And it brings up at this one here where you can choose entire screen, it's display 1 or display 2. Or you can choose a window. Or you can choose a Brave tab. And that's the one you want to get, I suppose. You also be Chrome tab or whatever you're using. And then just select your tab, right?
Yeah.
And it should come up instead of your picture. And then when you want to get out, just press the escape key.
Okay, so let's do the share screen thing here now. So, entire screen. No, what do I need? Chrome tab. Wait there.
Yeah, Chrome tab will be yours because you're using Chrome.
Yeah.
And find the one where the document is you just read.
Yeah, but now I need to find my my desktop. How am I going to find my desktop from there?
Well, you could just share your screen if you want to. Push escape if you want to go back.
Let's go window. Chrome tab. No, that's not working, Paul. I need my desktop. Chrome tab. No,
I'm not sure what you mean you need desktop. If I can do it, you should be able to do it.
No, what I've got is on the desktop.
Okay, so you want to share your screen then, in that case. Share your screen 1. Because you only got one screen, haven't you? So I talked about you maybe hooking up a second screen, because that would solve a lot of problems, you see. Remember that? I said get a trolley or table and get one screen on there and get another screen hooked up with a swing arm on your table, and then you're in business. So you'd have to go share screen and just choose the first screen. So you doesn't need to choose your first screen to share it, right? So I could share a browser tab to you. That probably wouldn't work because you're really sharing it. Window. I think you just have to do entire screen, Robert.
No, look, yeah, I'm not going to do that now.
You share your entire screen and then you just minimize your Jitsi window.
No, look at that. This is for testing for another day, Paul. It's not to be done now.
Yeah, well, if you followed what I said.
Yeah, well, no, it's not working.
What you do once you share your screen, minimize your browser, and then you'll be on your desktop, and then you can then we can see what you're doing.
Yeah, whatever.
Technology.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not learning stuff in the middle of a
Hang
live
on,
show. It's not.
wasn't the document in HTML though?
Yeah, but do you think this is really fair on the people who are listening that we start doing experiments now? I don't think so.
But why can't you just open up your document in a tab on your browser and then just share the tab like you're going to do? Don't worry about it. It would only take a few seconds.
Hold on, how can I, Paul? It's a screen capture.
Yeah, it's capturing in real time though. So whatever you're doing is being broadcast. So whatever is happening on chat is being broadcast to my browser window, which I'm capturing to the rest of the people.
Yeah, look, I really don't understand this.
Well, instead of sharing your camera, you're sharing your desktop, right? And then you can minimize it and then just move around. People can see what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm going to window. Right. That's not doing a thing. NVIDIA GeForce overlay. What the hell is that? Then I go to Chrome tab and then it's
showing you haven't got. It's a shame you haven't got two windows because that solves a lot of problems.
No, I don't have that.
There's something if we ever come back, it's something you're going to have to sort out. I think you might have to get a second little display.
Now, is it?
Well, you might have to look at a cheap LCD screen, even if it's 20 inches, and just stick it on your table there.
Oh yeah, how big do you think this living room is, Paul?
But you're on a table. You're on a wheel table now, aren't you? Because it's higher up than it used to be.
No, it's a hell of a wheel table. It's just a table with books underneath the laptop.
Oh, that's the old trick I told you to do. I thought you were going to get one of those metal tables where it had a swing arm and everything, and you could just roll out the computer.
$25. Yeah, those things are shaky as hell.
I don't know how much it was. £25.
This is $25.
$100.
Piece of shit. Absolute piece of junk. I wouldn't have that in the house. And it looked awful.
Mm. Well, not all tables would be as bad as that, but if it's like a square bar. Anyway, go toilet, do whatever you have to do. I did try.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm not interested in that.
I can't remote control and figure it out for you, but while I'm doing a live show, I can't even,
Wait there 1 minute.
I just find it easy. It's a few second clicks, bang, bang, bang. But my computer is maxed out, as you know. But I'm not sure if it works if you only got one screen. But I can't see why you can't share a browser tab where you open up your document. So if you go to that link you said with the file, if you paste it in there, it would open up as a tab.
Okay, man, I need to go to toilet.
Yeah.
And I've left the next tab there for you.
Alright. Yeah, we need someone to go to Rob's house and sort it out for him. Yeah, I know Discord we can share pretty good. I'm not too sure about the browser share function because we ain't tested it out. But I know Discord does, and that's basically a browser too. So when they call it a app, really the app is actually a cut down browser window. Most people don't realise that. Yeah, that's how Windows does it anyway. Who's still out there? We got 2 people. He says, we got to test this off air. But I never have time. Oh, excuse me, because he's never around. Time zones suck, you know. Even when I'm on in afternoons, he's in bed sleeping. Okay, Dan and Claire, and the 2 people watching. I just wonder if you could get.
Still with us as well. I don't know how.
Yeah, it says only 2 watching.
Off, you see.
Yes, I keep telling Google. I keep telling Google it's broken, but they won't listen. It used to be perfect, you know, and then they muck around with it. They fiddled around with so much suppression of my channel to make it look so bad that the stats are even wrong. That's what I keep saying. How many people subscribe to me might actually be only 10 people, not 2,500. It's almost like Google's part of the government. They're trying to break me and get rid of me, silence me. Well, they've pretty much done it.
Well, all you're doing is playing their game when you're debunking UFOs. No, they're not trying to get rid of you in any way, not at all. Sometimes the channel doesn't get many views for a reason, Paul. You know, not the government picking on you at all. I mean, mostly what you're doing is debunking stuff. You're doing the government's work for them. So how can the government be against you? Think about it.
Well, they want people to believe in UFOs when it's really them. That's why.
Oh my God, what a ridiculous conspiracy theory. They've been denying UFOs for 75 years. Now you expect us to believe that they want us to believe in UFOs to cover up their own technology. I don't think so. Unless we had things that could do 30,000 miles per hour in 1947. Well, there you go. And of course, to abide by that theory, you'd have to believe that UFOs aren't real anyway. That it's all the government. Everything is the government.
Well, that's interesting. The count's now 3, by the way. So it's right. That's because we got Tommy joining us. So the count is definitely wrong. So we actually got 4, and actually we dropped back down to 2 accountants now. Good to see. Yeah, that's Bruce. Whatever his name is. Online. Can't remember what his name is now. The talk show guy. Well, the game show guy, I guess. So you want to talk about AER lights?
It's actually called AER Lingus Jet Damaged by UFO, Paul. It's another event over the Irish Sea, which I found in my research. And I found a lot more as well, but this one's actually noted, and it's on a website.
Yeah. So what do you want me to do? Read it out?
Yeah, read it out and try not to catch all the crap in the middle.
Date, January 4th, 2004. Location: Dublin, Republic of Ireland. According to an AER Lingus pilot, a huge triangular UFO was responsible for causing panic for the crew and passengers of 2 commercial jetliners en route to Dublin Airport, and considerable damage to one of the jetliners. At 8:30 p.m. on January 4, 2004, an AER Lingus Boeing 737-400 series aircraft, EIBXD, with 135 people on board, was approaching the East Coast. The aircraft was 15 nautical miles from the Ashbourne VOR, Very High Frequency, Omnidirectional Range, beacon. The QDM, the magnetic bearing to the beacon, was 190 degrees, and the QDR, the magnetic bearing away from the beacon, was 010. The chart position was 53 degrees, 31 foot west. The 737 was being followed in for landing on runway 10 by a British Midlands Airbus 330 at 6 miles distance. Both aircraft were at an altitude of 3,000 foot AMSL, above mean sea level, and their speeds were 250 knots, standard for below 10,000. As the 737-400 series approached the Slane area, the Midlands Airbus crew observed a UFO taking off from a field with very bright strobe light flashes, as if taking photographs of the aircraft. The crew of the Airbus could make out a triangular shape to the UFO. The UFO began to circle the 737. The crew on board the 737, observing this, experienced a power drain on their aircraft. At this point, the British Midlands Airbus 330 could observe a purple-colored glow surrounding the AER Lingus 737. As the UFO flew in front of the 737, at the same altitude, and a short distance in front of it, the captain requested a vector to avoid a collision. Even though they were on a VOR track, ATC gave the 737 an 8 degrees vector to avoid the UFO, as they had the UFO on radar. This is a very unusual procedure, as it upsets aircraft following behind, and may require vector changes to all aircraft, incoming and outgoing. A second encounter on the same night occurred at 10:30 p.m., as an inbound Airbus 330-200 series aircraft, with 213 people on board, was approaching the East Coast. As in the earlier incident involving the 737, the Airbus crew observed a flashing strobe light over the Slane area. As the aircraft throttled back to 230 knots, and at 2,500 foot, the UFO took on a triangular shape. It was now in front of the aircraft, giving off a continuous, very bright flashing light. Again, this effect was akin to a camera flash repeatedly going off. The crew was advised by ATC to vector 10 degrees to avoid the unidentified object. As the aircraft began to take up its new heading, the UFO began to circle it in a very aggressive manner. The crew members were terrified, and they expected a collision at any moment with the strange craft, which was estimated to be around 360 foot long. At this point the captain filed a near-miss report with ATC. As the craft continued with its aggressive maneuvers, the interior lights on the Airbus grew dim, indicating another power drain. At this point, the captain drew the attention of the passengers to the strange craft circling their plane. At least some of the passengers had already been observing what was happening, and were now beginning to feel panicked. This scenario went on for several minutes. At one terrifying point in the confrontation, the wake turbulence from the huge UFO shook the aircraft violently, and activated the wind shear warning device. This also records the stress on the aircraft and pitches it down to compensate and avoid stalling. All through this terrifying episode, other aircraft in the area were observing the encounter and listening in on the radio transmissions between ATC and the Airbus 330. The Airbus was vectored in on its final approach to runway 10, and, just 2 minutes before it landed, the UFO departed towards the southeast.
You gotta remember, back then, the Airbus was fairly new plane out. Whereas which is mostly used now. It's one of those big passenger planes with lots of people on.
Yeah.
737-400 is a big plane. They haven't actually got a picture of it though, have they? Airbus.
Yeah, it's like a double-decker thing, isn't it? It's
it might even be it might even be 3 stories actually. I'm not too sure.
No, is that really? I thought it was capable of carrying up to like 1,000 passengers, or some of them anyway.
Yeah, is that one of them? Let's see.
Yeah, you need to take the.
Has 168 seats.
Yeah, no, Paul, you're not looking at an Airbus. Yeah, you're just looking at a 737.
Yeah.
You typed in the wrong information.
I thought it's called an Airbus though. That's not the wrong information. It was a 400, wasn't it?
Yeah. Listen, take out the 737. You're confusing the search engine.
That was the name of it, wasn't it? Though.
Right there. The Airbus is a 330. Okay.
Well,
737 is a different aircraft in the airspace at the time.
Yes, the 737-400 series approached. Oh, right, the 740 approached it.
Yeah, you see, okay. You've got 2 different aircraft mixed up.
Oh, you can see that now. But the 400 was a fairly big plane. I thought. Images. Let's see. Let's just have a look at that one. Airbus Boeing. There you go. There's the Boeing. But you get the one with the actual big hump. Maybe that was the 747, was it? Yeah, so this is why we're looking it up, just so we get the right picture of the plane in our head. Airbus 330. And it's a skinny looking plane. 3 rows inside. And
okay.
It just looks like a normal plane, doesn't it? So
it does, but we don't know how long it is.
And that's inside, so it doesn't look really high up.
It's not giving us any context, is it?
No. And it's actually 4 seats.
Wow!
Is it?
Wow! Now there's 5. Wait there. 1, 2, 6.
Ah, yeah, near the wings. I think it's a different layout, doesn't it?
That's a monster.
Yeah, so there's less at the front. I suppose that's because they pay more for the space, right?
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense. And it's got some fairly big engines on it.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. We know what it looks like now. So we got down to this. Let's carry on.
Airbus 330 could observe a purple-colored glow surrounding the AER Lingus 737. As the UFO flew in front of the 737, at the same altitude, and a short distance in front of it, the captain requested a vector to avoid a collision. Even though they were on a VOR track, ATC gave the 737 an 8 degrees vector to avoid the UFO, as they had the UFO on radar. This is a very unusual procedure, as it upsets aircraft following behind, and may require vector changes to all aircraft, incoming and outgoing. A second encounter on the same night occurred at 10:30 p.m., as an inbound Airbus 330-200 series aircraft, with 213 people on board, was approaching the East Coast. As in the earlier incident involving the 737, the Airbus crew observed a flashing strobe light over the slain area. As the aircraft throttled back to 230 knots, and at 2,500 foot, the UFO took on a triangular shape. It was now in front of the aircraft, giving off a continuous, very bright flashing light. Again, this effect was akin to a camera flash repeatedly going off. The crew was advised by ATC to vector 10 degrees to avoid the unidentified object. As the aircraft began to take up its new heading, the UFO began to circle it in a very aggressive manner. The crew members were terrified, and they expected a collision at any moment with the strange craft, which was estimated to be around 360 foot long. At this point, the captain filed a near-miss report with ATC. As the craft continued with its aggressive maneuvers, the interior lights on the Airbus grew dim, indicating another power drain. At this point, the captain drew the attention of the passengers to the strange craft circling their plane. At least some of the passengers had already been observing what was happening, and were now beginning to feel panicked. This scenario went on for several minutes. At one terrifying point in the confrontation, the wake turbulence from the huge UFO shook the aircraft violently and activated the wind shear warning device. This also records the stress on the aircraft and pitches it down to compensate and avoid stalling. All through this terrifying episode, other aircraft in the area were observing the encounter and listening in on the radio transmissions between ATC and the Airbus 330. The Airbus was vectored in on its final approach to runway 10, and, just 2 minutes before it landed, the UFO departed towards the southeast, shooting off into the distance. After landing and completing their flight logs, the crew passed the details of their encounter on to other pilots. The general consensus was that the area north of the VOR, the General Navin and Slane region, was now an area where UFOs had become a regular occurrence over the previous 3 or 4 years. Last modified, January 17th, 2021, 9:18 and 4.
Okay, that's done.
So the question is, how did
now? Yeah, you see what I mean now? The stuff I've discovered, looking into all these incidents of the Irish Sea. There's a lot to be found here. You know, so that's another 5 requests coming up. I want to know all about this.
So how do planes get their power, though? Do they have like a wind generator built into the tail?
Power drain? Yeah, what the hell has caused the power drain?
Yeah, but how'd they power planes in the first place? So I think they have like a turbine, don't they? Like a generator that you'd get for your home. How is power AC generated on a modern jet?
Commercial planes. No, that's not. Jet engine. Yeah.
Planes generate electricity. Okay. Dependent upon the aircraft, of course. Generators or isolators are used to produce electricity. These are usually engine driven, but also be powered by a APU, a hydraulic motor, or a ram air turbine. Yeah, that's what I thought. Some of them have them in the tail fin. Generator output is used to charge the aircraft batteries. So have we actually got any pictures of that at all? So I'm just wondering what kind of electrical system it has then, because it says there's so many options there. Have we got any pictures?
Or more importantly, what could cause the power drain?
Generator failure, bus failure, component failure, electrical system fire. It'd be good to have some pictures. Yeah, the ramjet one, I'm not sure how much of that's used. What do we got? How does it do it from the engines though? They put a core around it, do they? Let's see. Oh, look at that crazy thing. Helicopter plane. Electrical powered, they reckon. Were changed. So that's actually a future plane. Electrical power plane. Yeah, what's that give us? Let's see. It's certainly got a circuit diagram there, but it's really hard to see it. It's complicated, they say. Now here's a jet engine. Power works, auxiliary power works. So obviously they got part of the jet engine where it spins around the spindle. Creates electricity that way. I assume that's how most commercial jets would be doing it. So that means the engines would have to slow down somehow for electricity to start dimming. Or there's got to be some other outside interference on the magnetic field of the engines. That's only have a possibility, isn't it? What we got there? There's a jet engine again. We can't see quite what it is about going. Damn it. Wait, let me click it. I'm zoomed in. True. Rectify AC to DC. Charge batteries.
This, to me, is very convincing as a UFO event. Genuine UFO event.
Carbon power generator.
You look at all the cases we have with vehicle interference, thousands of them, in close proximity to a UFO.
Yeah.
I don't think this is any different, and it could have been catastrophic, to be honest.
Yeah. Looks like it's quite complex. Carbon pole regulator. Bimetal washer. Magnetic core. So it's not a simple answer, really.
Well, no, if we knew exactly how a UFO propulsion system worked, then we could have a better stab at it.
Yeah,
But
I've
we
seen them
don't.
connect.
But,
I've seen them connect
no,
like a plug to the front of the wheel when they're on the ground at the airport. You've seen that? Those little maintenance crew go around and they connect some pipes and stuff to the front wheel. I think that's where they get external power. So when they land at the airport, they connect the external power before switching off the engines. Obviously,
Oh,
so
no,
they keep.
I'm not really concerned about that, Paul. I'm more concerned about how the UFOs interfered. Like Wes has said here, sounds like a UFO ionized the plane to create the purple glow, possibly. The same ionization is creating the interference with the electrical systems. I'm not concerned how the plane works. We can get to the bottom of that. What is interfering with the power systems? That's what we need to work out.
Yeah, there's a lot to the electrical system. What's that
I know.
underneath?
I know we can't do it overnight. If we had all the answers, then that'd be great. We'd know how UFOs worked.
Here you go. Rat. Ram air turbine. Pops underneath the plane, lowers down. How about that? I've never seen that on a commercial jet before. Maybe because we never see it flying. So it's just like a little propeller that spins around, generates power. Just like on your car. Wind turbine. Okay, so... Yeah, you'd have to find out what electrical generators they're using on the plane. But maybe they got several, Maybe they even got Ram jet on it as backup. Maybe all planes do. Maybe we just don't know about it. Backup system. But anyway, yeah. So the UFO turned into a triangle. So what was it beforehand? Was it just an orb?
Well, this guy has said it actually took off from the field underneath him.
Yeah.
So
So
the
what did
pilot
it
had a
look
good
like?
view of this.
So what does it look like in the field? Was it like a saucer, a glowing orb?
I don't know. That's where we need to look at. Well, it's my job to look into this further.
Mm.
This is a this is a damn good case.
If you get hold of the person that made that statement and get them on air, that would be the best thing. Or go and see them and record them on your phone at an interview. And then you can play it back, you see. But anyway, never know. Might be lucky. 2004, it's not exactly old, so the guy might still be alive. If they were in their 30s, 50s even, maybe getting up there.
I don't suppose the pilot's going to be talking out.
So was it a TR-3B that took off from the field? That's what I want to know.
Oh, TR-3B taking off from the field in Ireland, Paul. I mean, look, I've got to be honest with you now, Paul. Why in the hell do people say, "Oh, the TR-3B," like it's real? What makes you think the TR-3B is a real craft? What makes you think that?
It's just a terminology. I'm not saying it's real. I'm just using it as a terminology because everybody knows what in ufology what a TR-3B is.
It's not accurate. There's no evidence that we have any kind of technology like that. And even if we have, what's it doing in a field in Ireland? Yeah, and bugging commercial aircraft to the point where it nearly caused a fucking major accident. I mean, people look at patents and they think, "Oh, wow, amazing technology." It doesn't mean to say they work. It's just a patent that someone's put their name on for the future, just in case it does.
Yeah, we all know that.
There's no evidence to suggest we're using anything other than fossil fuels. None at all. Not one iota. Unless you believe Michael Stratt.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
In fact, I'm pretty surprised. Speaking of him, I'm surprised he hasn't got this particular case in his collection.
Well, he can't cover every case, Paul. So many UFO cases out there. I mean, there's a lot happening on my doorstep. Yeah, it's. I mean, I don't know anyone else who's done 5 requests for what I'm looking for. To be honest, I mean, you can't expect anyone to be searching.
Yeah, but I don't particularly like the guy because he's part of the Dream Team third phase now.
Yeah, I know that. And it's not that he's been sucked into some crazy stuff. In the past.
The thing is, he was given an archive of lots of reports that no one else has got or something. Maybe someone was dying or something and said, "Oh, you can take over the collection." And that's what happens normally with MUFON. MUFON gets handed these collections, right, and then they scan it into their database. Mm-hmm. And there was a big collection they got, wasn't there? And they had yet to digitize it. Was it... what was that guy? Leo Springfield, was it? Leo... What's that guy's name? The scientist that died from cancer, I think it was. The investigator, I mean. Leo Springfield? Springer? Leo Springer, was it?
Leo Springfield, yeah, he was around for a long time.
Yeah, I think he gave his whole collection to MUFON. And Earl was saying, "Oh, we got all these folders and things of goodies, and it had to be scanned in." But again, all that never becomes public domain. You see, it becomes owned by MUFON. And that's the
Yeah.
whole problem with MUFON. Once their headquarters and control of all that stuff, we never get to see it. Really, he should have donated it to someone that was going to scan it in and make it public on the web. Maybe Black Vault, maybe. I don't know. It'll be lots of work, though. But it might be worth it. Seeing all those old case reports of his. You think all those reports that's just that one person was doing, they would have found out the answers, but he must have had thousands and thousands of cases, right? Like MUFON, and never ever got the answer. So makes you wonder how long it's going to keep on going for. 60 years, 70 years more. Maybe there'll never be an answer. Anyway,
This is what bothers me there, as the aircraft began to take up this new heading, the UFO began to circle it in a very aggressive manner. I mean, it's obviously travelling at quite a speed there, so what could go round it in circles, that would have to be, I don't know what that would be. That would have to be a very sophisticated military drone, wouldn't it? If you were to explain it away.
It'd have to have hypersonic speed, I think.
Yeah, hypersonic speed, absolutely. Yeah. And I don't realize, I don't see for 1 minute why a military drone would want to terrify, passengers aboard the commercial airline. I really don't.
Unless it's not controlled by a human.
Genuine.
Like it might be AI controlled and it's designed to investigate. And maybe they might put it on a test run, DARPA or whatever, and see how it handles. And it went wrong and it caused the airplane crash, or whatever, in the RSC. Not this one, but others. But yeah, would they do that though? I reckon they would. Looking at all the callous and horrible people in the world and corruption, I don't think they would care about human life myself. Just to do an ability experiment, and then they can run it off.
I personally don't think this case has got anything to do with drones, to be honest. That's just my personal take on it. But I'll dig in further and see what I can find.
Okay. Like watching Stan Freeman documents.
Even if it was a drone, what type of drone would cause that electrical interference? And
well, obviously some new drive technology, Obviously it's not using conventional jet engines, it's using some electrical driven system.
Oh well.
That obviously puts out interference of some kind. Like it could be plasma ion engines, right? Where it uses electricity, high voltage electricity, and sucks in air to produce a thrust. And you can get incredible speeds with that.
Yeah, but you see, plasma ion engines is another thing that's just a patent, Paul.
Yeah, well, we said, how would you do it? And then, of course, that might have side effects.
Yeah, and
because it's
same
ionizing the air.
Listen, Paul, the same type of incidents were happening in the 40s and the 50s. So if you believe we had plasma ionization, come on.
I don't know. They may have got hold of some German research on that sort of stuff. The Germans were ahead of their time.
My God. Well, where is it now? Paul, where is it now? Come on.
Well,
where's this stupid tech now?
Paperclip.
Yeah?
I don't know. Nick Pape's got a copy. I don't know.
Right, okay, man.
I don't know where it is. Say that the Germans just got invaded just in the nick of time, and the Americans, Russians, and British
Yeah.
got their hands on various parts
Yeah.
of it, but maybe they haven't got the complete picture until now.
The Germans couldn't even split the atom,
They were getting close to it.
let alone develop plasma ion engines, for God's sake.
That's not the documentary I've heard.
How the fuck did they lose the war?
Oh, you got a rhino on your head, you're not careful. There's a documentary talking about how close they were about getting that going. That's why Einstein was talking to the president back in America, saying they're getting close. We need to get ahead of them.
And we know splitting the atom is a distinct possibility, don't we?
They need to.
And all these alien craft they're supposed to.
In fact, the first atomic bomb was meant to be reclaimed, enriched uranium, right? Was actually German. They just put it in a ship and transported it across because it takes a lot of time to enrich it. There'll be a lot of stuff that we don't know that's still under, military classifications. If we knew the full story, it would be amazing. And there'd be lots of documentaries about it all, how they managed to keep it secret for all that time and all that sort of business. And what are people saying out there? I believe the tech... private hands, yeah. External contractors. I think they have only recently started using ion engines in space. Maybe because it's now more public domain. That's probably why. And now you're starting to get...
Yeah, try making a battery that can last my smartphone a whole day. Yeah,
well, actually,
that'd be good, wouldn't it? Wow, I'd be
actually the iPhone.
We've got anti-gravity, we've got plasma engines, blah blah blah. Are you pissed? You must be. We haven't got nothing like that. We're still stuck on fossil fuels. And if you want to say, no, Rob, you're wrong, show me the evidence. Show it to me. And I'll repeat that again. We can't make an effing battery that'll last a smartphone for more than 12 hours in my case.
Single charge, no, but they have got an iPad battery that's lasted 10 years in JD's tablet. And most of those only last a year and a half, and you can't charge them up anymore.
Yeah, okay. Plugging it in and recharging, that's fine, Paul. But try doing that in mid-air. We're going to plug it into a cloud.
No, they'd have nuclear batteries.
Oh, no.
Which is another reason to keep it... Yeah, there's another reason to keep it top secret, because a lot of people would be angry that they're flying.
Oh, okay, that's what it is, right.
No, they can make it out of... They know how to make them. I'm not sure how much voltage they can get out of them. Nuclear batteries, and then they can be low grade, so if they explode in the air, it'd only be like background radiation. But then that's probably related to cattle mutilations where they have gone wrong. And they're just keeping an eye on seeing where the radiation is going to damage the health of humans through eating cattle. So yeah, it's all sort of linked, experiments on the secrets that's gone wrong, including the environment, because they don't know how it's going to affect it. And it might be like a 20-year study. So that's why we still get cattle mutilations. Like I said, if we knew everything out there, it'd be, it'd be like amazing stories and lots of books. and lots of documentaries. Clear's with me. See, you got to look at more common sense stuff, you know. What are cattle mutilations? Is it really aliens looking at it, or is it really us on the secret doing it? And why would they do that? Because obviously there's been some sort of accident that they didn't want to bring public because it's part of top secret research. And of course they don't want to tell you that they're flying nuclear powered devices over your head that can crash and leak radiation either, because that would cause a big storm amongst normal population, especially in New Zealand. If you're flying a nuclear powered craft in our airspace, and the government would go crazy.
Jesus, man. Do you realise the amount of padding, protection layer you'd have to have on the nuclear-powered aircraft? The weight of the craft then would be impossible.
Yeah, but we're talking about batteries.
I'm not saying you haven't tried it.
Nuclear batteries, there's nothing new. Sort of covered it. Nuke batteries. Got more practical. That is in 20.
Personally, I don't fancy a radioactive battery person, and it's just my thing. Like, I don't know if anyone else feels the same.
Well, a laptop that you never have to recharge for 10 years. So this is back in 2005.
It starts leaking radiation.
There you go. Current designs using flat silicon surfaces failed to capture about 90% of the tritium emitted. Electrons. Notes on the battery developers. Well designed. Improve efficiency of solar power cells. Despite the greater efficiency, the prototype tritium battery is too weak for practical use. So I guess that's tritium is radioactive. So that's one of them.
See, the thing is, history's not on your side. Nobody has ever held back technology in the past. Look at the Industrial Revolution, for example, now. Yeah, you're telling me
the gas and oil companies wouldn't silence people that finally get a battery that lasts 10 years? Listen, I'm pretty sure they would, because imagine that in an electric car, right?
But listen, those same people are the same people that will be in charge. They'll buy up any new development. They'll just move on. They'll just evolve. They'll still be the same people in charge. They'll still be the same people making all the money. You can't hold tech back. It's never been done in history. Ever, ever, ever. So why now? It's bullshit, Fifi. It's bullshit. We haven't got anything. But if you want to believe that, and you don't believe in something else anomalous that's well ahead of us, which I've come to that conclusion years and years ago.
There you go. What's that? A UFO? I'm talking about nuclear engines.
This is the whole problem, isn't it, Paul? You don't believe in UFOs at all, do you?
Believe in UFOs at all? Of course I believe in them.
Do you?
Nuclear batteries offer a new approach to carbon-free energy. Well, damn me, that looks like a damn UFO. Is that the battery or what? Or is it built into a craft here? So this is, I haven't seen this before. The cutaway rendering of a MIT nuclear battery concept shows importance. Look how it looks like a flying saucer, man. So maybe the whole craft, most of the body is actually battery to power up what they need to get the anti-gravity working. Maybe it just uses pure thrust of nuclear ions to lift itself up. And the whole craft is actually battery, you know. Oh, look, it goes on a fair bit of questions and answers. I'll post a link to that one anyway, that's quite interesting. You never know what you're going to stumble across which will actually solve the mystery. UFOs and nuke batteries. And then that puts the whole bugger on, what are the aliens then? Maybe they had that technology when they come here, right? Now humans are adopting it for themselves. It's possible, you know. Doesn't discount aliens at all. A tiny nuke battery to power systems. Okay, let's have a look at that one. So what we saw there was obviously a huge battery. And here's the miniature ones. Nuke miniature battery. Huge potential. No pun intended. Okay, what's happened here? Batteries can power anything from small sensors to large systems. Scientists are finding ways to make these smaller yet even more powerful. It turns out the problems can arise when such batteries are larger and heavier than the devices they power. See, that's the thing. We just saw a cutaway one, which looked very UFO-like. So you never know what's being funded out there by these universities. And let's see, the critical part of using a radioactive battery is that when you haven't the energy, part of the radiation energy can damage the lattice structure of the solid semiconductor. By using a liquid semiconductor, we believe we can minimize the problem. And that sounds very much like what they were saying about the TR3B structure, that it was using liquid mercury and the supercooling for superconductivity, right? Anyway, that was this random article, so I'm just doing a search on. And there was some other ones here. Magnet reports nuclear waste. Magnetic battery to report on. Okay, that's not sure what that's about. Dealing with radioactive waste. So if you could use waste from nuclear power plants and batteries, why not? You know? The novel power source companies. Eh? That's too much to read. My bad eyes. These scientists. I reckon Billy Meyer will be reading these and doing predictions and say, oh, see, I told you nuclear batteries are around. There you go, 3 men in hospital after finding Soviet nuclear batteries. 2002, is it? That's a pretty old one. So obviously the Russians are into it, and Chinese will be into it. Muslim rebels. Objects, cylinders not much larger than a can or string of beans, caught the attention of 3 woodsmen because nearby snow was melting. The men lugged the surprising heavy objects to their campsite for warmth. Yeah, nuclear battery, alien battery. They soon become dizzy and nauseated. A week later, they had radiation burns. All 3 men are now in hospital. in Tucson, Georgia, whatever it is, fighting for their life. The incident which unfolded, you must be desperate for heat if you're that frozen that you're going to carry some unknown debris from space into your camp, right? Has set off a month-long international hunt through snow mountains for the devices, which it turns out were abandoned Soviet nuclear batteries. So what did they use those nuclear batteries in? Eh? That's the bigger question. Why don't they keep them out of the hands of terrorists? The recovery team from International Atomic Energy is planning to haul heavy lead shields into the Georgian woods and recover the radioactive devices this weekend. But how many other ones are out there? The cylinders are filled with strontium-90, which has a half-life of 28 years. And binds with human bones. Nice stuff. Just stick that in your water supply, you'll be alright. Don't worry if your teeth glow at night time. So, yeah. There's some interesting stuff out there that you never ever hear unless I do random searches, and it's generally how I find stuff. US Energy Giant says renewables and batteries beat coal. And yet there's a lot of argument that's not true. So that's 2019. So does it mean that all companies are suppressing that sort of technology now? Obviously there's a lot of politics and money involved, right?
You still won't hold it back, if it's there and it's usable, you won't hold it back. Doesn't matter how much the oil companies protest.
Batteries using carbon fiber or something. Let's see what that comes up with. Nuclear batteries, carbon. So instead of calling them nuclear batteries, they call them carbon batteries, by the way. Makes that sounds a lot better. I got a carbon battery powering my laptop. US startup unveils battery made from nuclear waste. That was 2020. This one's got a DDoS shield added to it, and obviously they get attacked. Why would they need that? Because someone's trying to silence them by doing an attack on their system. Except Energy Life News. They don't want you reading the site for some reason. Nuclear waste that could last up to 28,000 years. Is that all? The nano-diamond battery power comes from radioactive isotopes used in nuclear reactors. There you go. There's a lot of clever people out there doing stuff. The California-based startup NDB has unrolled a battery that uses nuclear waste. But is it a fraud company though? You often hear about these startups. The power of a nano-diamond battery. What's going on here? Comes from radioactive isotopes. You already read that. Radioactive core is protected by multiple layers of synthetic diamonds, one of the hardest materials to damage or break. The energy absorbs into the diamond through elastic scattering, which is used to generate electricity. The battery can be used to power devices and machines of any size, from aircraft and rockets to electric vehicles and smartphone. And it looks like a chip.
That explains all the UFOs. Wow.
Well, it does explain some things. And now, is that technology reverse technology? Prototype is currently underway and will be available later this year. So that was last year. So we have to keep an eye on that. I'm not sure what's on that site to have like a DDoS wall on it. I don't know why that doesn't excite you, Robert. You seem very skeptical.
It's not the answer to my questions. That's why it doesn't excite me. I was asking questions as to what flew around over that flight in 2004. Nuclear powered batteries do not answer that question. None of the stuff you've been talking about for the last 20 minutes answers that question. I only look for answers to that question and I pursue them. And I'm certainly not going to find them by looking at random new technology in batteries. Because whatever this technology is doing, this bugging aircraft like this has been doing it since the 40s, at least, if not before. You see? It's wasted time. For me, it's just wasted time.
Not to me. This is exciting stuff, I reckon.
Yeah, it's technology, but well, maybe that's the best thing you can do is create a science and technology channel and see how that goes. But you can't go from a sighting over the Ivory Sea in 2004 with a UFO to looking into batteries. Do you see why the channel's not here or there? You see what I mean? It needs to be one or the other, Paul. It depends what you really want to do. Because, as far as the UFO thing is concerned, you don't seem to be that interested. And then it becomes a waste of my time as well.
This is all part of the UFO topic. It means unknown.
No, it's not, Paul. It's not. It's not. I disagree.
So they got that running on electric power, a 10-seater. I'm not sure what their specs are though. Electric airplanes are getting close to be a commercial. That's 2020. So makes you wonder what's next. So that looks like a Learjet one. For $140,000 you can fly your own electric airplane. Slovakian company, is it? Sovia. So that's sort of Russian, isn't it? Sells Alpha Electro. $368 kilos, powered by a 21 kilowatt battery pack. So is that hydrogen fuel cells then? You find a new Tesla model for about 90 minutes flight. Hour and a half. So that's probably short range then, isn't it? Those of us without a pilot license will have to wait longer. Yeah, flying cars that fly themselves, I suppose. I think there's going to be interesting future in the next 10 years with this sort of stuff. Imagine the UFO sightings then. Sorry?
I think it doesn't matter what era you're in. The next 10 years, I think, is always going to be exciting, even if you're born in 1900 or 1950. I think the next 10 years is always going to be exciting. I don't think our time now is any different.
Prototype burst into flames during ground testing. Arizona airport. So I don't remember hearing about that either. So it's still early days yet. So as you know, batteries have a lot of potential energy in it, and when they catch fire, they explode like a bomb. So that's probably what happened there. But yeah, with this G20 or whatever it's called, clean air, clean up pollution. It's a pretty big article actually, isn't it? 40 billion companies that will need to cash. Electric aviation startups predicts one airline executive may need 17 billion, perhaps 40 billion, to certify the aircraft. Kick off each morning. Nope. Well, there's another article there if you want to read up on that. Electric. So, you reckon you don't need batteries for UFOs? But you're only guessing. Seen pulling energy from the ether. We haven't seen that too. That's just speculation and stories. You're talking about 0 point energy. We're not seeing anything like that to power a home. If you add 0 point energy generator that sits in your closet to power your house, I think that would be breaking world news, you know. There's a lot of people said that they've developed stuff and we never see the light of day about it, you know. Or something happens to them, they get poisoned. Let's see, home-based power generation. Really, it's just solar, isn't it? Which we know does work, and you have to have a bank of batteries, which are lithium-ion. Micro hydro systems, wind turbines, photovoltaic systems, which is solar. You still there, Robert? You're gone quiet. Diesel, biodiesel generators. The power plant of the future is right in your home. Wired 2020. Okay, what's that about?
Well, I don't really know what that's about, Paul, but when it comes to UFOs, we've got a few clues how they may work. The clues are a little bit scant, but we can only work with what we've got, okay? We know that they interfere with engines and electrical systems, so that's a clue in itself.
Mm.
They seem to generate a lot of heat. I mean, if you look at Ted Phillips' work, over 4,000 cases of trace evidence,
Mm.
they've burned the ground sometimes 10,000 degrees, 12,000 degrees Celsius. That's a lot of heat. We also know that they're pretty heavy when they're on the deck because of the depressions they've left in the deck. Usually around 800 to 1,400 pounds is the general weight of a UFO that's maybe 30 feet across or so. Then you've got the changes in the constitution to the soil. Soil becomes hydrophobic. Plants grow prematurely. So they're the kind of things that we have to look into. The actual things that they're changing in our environment and how they interfere with our environment. I think you have to look at them and try and work it out from there, rather than I don't know what you're doing now. I don't think that's going to help us much, unless you get really lucky.
Mm. I was trying to read the article, but it's got you must subscribe with your email to read it. I'm just seeing if there's any other copies out there on the article. And here's one of them, I think. Focused Wired Magazine. Corridors lighten the way, they reckon. Colorado. What's it saying there? Rocky Mountains. So what are they doing though? Is that we got to read? Great. It doesn't tell us anything. What? Experiments. So what's the experiment they're working on? Anyway, was there any other documents that you wanted to cover?
No, I'm done now. It's nearly 4 o'clock here, Paul. I got up quite early today, to be honest.
Did you? Why?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't have anyone drowned last night. I normally have someone drowned on a Saturday. Then we're up all night talking, and I sleep late on the Sunday. Then you see. But yeah, I'm okay. But I'm starting to feel it a bit now. I've been for a while.
Alright. Well, see, keep on researching for a month or so and see what you can get, I guess.
Yeah, well, I don't know how long it's going to take to get any response from these FOID requests. Is that be something we can share? If I get anything back, they could turn around and say it's exempt from FOIA, that it's classified. Or they might send me a lot of rubbish. It's one of those things.
Oh, well, we can do a special update, maybe, for members, and they can get to watch it.
Well, what do you mean by for members? That's one thing I don't understand, Paul. What do you mean for members?
In YouTube now, you got, it can be a public video, it can be for members that pay a monthly $5 or whatever it is, or you can pay there's another option too, I think, like your members can be certain levels as well. Then you can release it publicly after that, so the members get to hear it and join in. So you can have members only join in, right, like your inner circle, the people that are actually interested in paying. So say if you wanted to fund your research there, you could set it up as members only on a channel, right?
No, I don't want to fund it. I don't want to fund it. I'm not asking for any money at all. I do it for the love of it, and
Yeah, but you got to pay it out. You're paying it out your own pocket, though.
Yeah, of course.
So there's nothing wrong with crowdfunding. They pay for the research. I know no one likes doing it, but everything costs in this world, obviously. Because when you put that request in, someone on the staff's got to be paid to actually search it up and package it and post it to you, and then you got postage charges. But yeah,
just respond to Wes here for a minute. Yes, of course, I'll put it up on the Cube Quest. Some of the stuff I've been finding, what I'm doing at the moment is I'm looking through the MOD files, Project Condign files. There's an awful lot of them. I think it's going to take me best part of an year to get through them all. But I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm putting stuff up now as I go, but I'm finding on there, which isn't maybe specific to what I'm looking for, because I'm looking more for sightings and events in my locale. But I will be putting anything I find. I'm not hiding it. I'm not going to hoard it. I'm not going to keep it safe for a book. As soon as I find it, if I think it's significant, it's going straight up to be shared with everyone. So no problem with that, Wes. But no, if I can manage without having to ask for funds, and at this stage, you see, if you make a FOIA request and it comes to like £600, you're doing something wrong.
The only problem here is that you're using Facebook, who owns everything you upload. You got to be careful of these big corporations. It's not like you're setting up your own web server and then putting it up. You're actually using third party, which you sign away everything, even your own personal photos they own. They can do whatever they like with them.
Yeah.
That's why I dumped Facebook. It's just too dangerous. I don't know. Until things change for the better, the censorship seems to be growing. Control of what you can say is growing. It's the last 2 years have been really bad, and it's only going to get worse before it gets better, if it ever gets better. People, what geekcrafts is doing with their bubble network that runs on top, which is censorship free, might be a better way to go, but that's early days with their code and testing, right? So the internet is going to gradually evolve because they're trying to control it. So we have to see where it's going to go. If I had lots of money, I'd be running my own server and streaming it straight from the server, right? No mucking around. That would be the way to go. But you would need to have paying members to run it, if you weren't rich.
I mean, I wish I had the team. It'd be nice if I had a couple of people that could look through those files for me. The thing is, to teach them exactly what I'm looking for is going to be difficult. Because I might be looking for one particular thing.
Yeah.
But then I'll go across something and it forces me into a double take, and I think, hold on a minute, well, that's worth a capture. That's worth keeping and sharing. Now, I'm not sure if I had someone else doing it for me, they'd see it the same way as I would,
Yeah.
I mean, I've had someone offered to help me with that kind of stuff, but I'd rather do it myself, because then if I miss something, I've only got myself to blame,
Plus, other people could run off or backstab you as well. Is that a problem? What was that thing about Lyndon Moulton Howe, where who was it? Was it David Wilcox stole her information about Antarctica and started reporting on it before she had a chance? That sort of thing can happen. Who do you trust? No one. So yeah. It's that sort of field we live in, though. Yeah, you're either in it for seriously or you're in it for entertainment. So yeah, I think YouTube is for entertainment, and that's how it's always going to be treated. Seriously, and to get something seriously going just doesn't work. And I'm proof that we've tried. But we're using third-party stuff, and that's not the way to go nowadays. Like BitChute, how long have we been waiting for live streaming on there? It was meant to come out in January this year. It could have changed everything. Still hasn't come out. Will it come out January next year? No, we have to wait and see. I'll probably be doing some experiments with it if it does. Because YouTube is not the way anymore. I can help you read through documents. Yeah, really, you can scan in the documents. Once they're scanned, then you can use the computer to help you find keywords and things you're looking for. Really, you need to computerize everything. Which obviously the government's not doing, because you're doing a FOIA request and then they're printing it out and sending it to you. Or do they send it to you as a zip file? Do they actually email it to you at all? Or send it on a floppy drive? Or
Oh, no. Oh, I see. Right, okay. No, they will never send it to Facebook. Good God, man.
No, well, they send it on a USB drive because they're pretty cheap now. Do they send it that way?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you how they used to send a lot of the stuff. If it was too big for email, they used to send it by CD.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I'm not sure, because John Greenwell never said how he gets his stuff. I thought it was like postage with printouts. Scanned documents, but do they have the scanned documents in like a JPEG file, bit like the Wilson documents? They have it like that, where it gets posted up on a website in JPEGs or whatever. So that would make more sense. If it's in JPEG images, obviously it's not able to be read by computers still, so it needs to be OCR'd. And people need to go through and correct any mistakes, I guess. But if you could scan in all those documents, and once they're in text form, you search for anything then. And you can put up on the web, and then the web can index it, and search engines can scan it. Then anybody in the world can scan those documents. They certainly wouldn't want that, would they? If you get enough FOIA requests, eventually you could get the whole military database, couldn't you, and have it online and bypass them. They wouldn't allow that. You have to join his group on Facebook. That means you have to have a Facebook account. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that Rob really needs his own web server that people can go and subscribe to and then get access.
Yeah, I'm thinking of doing that. That's one thing I'm thinking of doing is actually and then what I can do with that, you see, I can update sightings as they come along. I'll probably need a little bit of help with setting it up. But
see, I could have done that too if I had money pouring in through the channel, but it never happened.
Well, why would you, what?
Well, set up a place where you can share your documents and videos. That'd be the ultimate.
Well, you need to do that. Why would you need money to do that?
Hosting is not cheap. You're still using a third-party server in the world, aren't you? That's sort of rated and all that sort of stuff. Everything costs money. I've got a free website at the moment, but it's really limited what you can do on it. Then they can change the rules anytime. It's in the pinned comment. But
okay, so for one that's all singing, all dancing, right? Sorry, mate, my voice is off tonight. I apologise
right.
to people. I've had a frog in the throat all night. It's really inconvenient. But yeah, sure. For an all singing, all dancing website, what are you looking at for a month then, Paul?
Well, this is what I did for free, but you can't really do much with it.
Yeah, but what does it cost for a good one?
I got a missing T there. Damn it. It won't go back, I suppose. Did I actually bookmark it? I'm not sure if I did or not. Probably not. Yeah, that's a problem there. I missed the T when I was typing it in. Out there. So we could only add a page of the best videos as well, and it was very restrictive, and it only links to YouTube because you don't get any space to upload stuff. But if you've got your own hosting space, you can buy as much space as you want. So this is the basic thing you can do for free on WordPress.com. Now, WordPress comes in two varieties. There's WordPress.org and WordPress.com, which is free, but the .org ones, you have to buy a plan. And here, if you want to get any more better at altering the templates, you also have to pay. And you have to get your own domain, and then then you can't have your old domain name. You can't say out the channel WordPress. You have to use your own channel name. So you got your best videos there.
So my question is, how much are you looking at a month?
So this is what you can get for free.
Any idea?
I think the minimum $5 a month is. I think it's a starting one. $5.
That's not a problem.
Yeah, but then then if you want to keep growing how much you want to store in storage to make available, you pay more and more for it.
Yeah.
But the WordPress is basically to get you interested, and then they say, to do that feature, you're going to have to upgrade and buy your own domain for so much a year. Or so much a month.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Yeah, I'm not sure why there's a big gap here, but obviously it hasn't.
I know John Greenwald, he tells us he's paying a fortune for his servers. Because he's got a ton of information out there.
You can see how slow it is just downloading that one page. That's the problem with free. Free comes at a cost. Finally, we got thumbnails.
Okay.
We've got nothing there still. It's still downloading. To me, that's just sucky. But eventually it will fill in. But will people wait around? Probably not. So that's another thing. When you buy your own hosting, you don't have the speed problem. Alright, so now it's got all the thumbnails down. And of course, you have to keep updating that. What do you think is the best videos, or what are the most best videos for this month, or whatever. So I'm not sure who looks after Secure Team's website, but his will be paid. So that's what you can do for basic minimum free site. But yeah, would you go with WordPress for hosting? Probably not. You'd probably look at Swiss, maybe, Proton Mail, Pronto VPN hosting. I don't know what the best companies out there would be to trust. Hosting plans. So you want gigabytes of traffic, or hosting that can sort of expand all the same. Cheap web hosting. So yeah, crazy domains in New Zealand. Yeah, no such thing as cheap in New Zealand. Web host from Opa Papa. So what would be the best places to host something from? Best web hosting services, $3 per month. Yeah, it won't be very good for that. Lightning fast hosting. So you want something that's going to be fast, alright? And that one's $7, $8. So what do you get for $7? Let's have a look. A month. Standard performance, whatever that means. One website, 100 gigabyte storage. That's not too bad.
Yeah, that's a good question. What is standard performance?
10 databases, unlimited bandwidth.
So
that's pretty good.
It go up to? Oh my god, it goes up to $47. Free Microsoft Research.
Yeah, eventually it starts off cheap for the first year, then bang. Free Microsoft email. First year, it says. Then it goes up in price. Free Microsoft 36 email. 21. Increased processing power. Unlimited websites. Free domain. All plans include easy to use control panel. Yeah. One click install. 20/7 network security. You'd expect that anyway. Resources on demand. Global data centers. You'd expect that too. You'd expect it to have data centers not in one location, so if it gets wiped out by power cut or nuclear blast. Versatile hosting built for WordPress. There you go. So WordPress is like a template you can download that uses the same WordPress as that's on .com. But you can download it and then use WordPress template on your own hosting. So you don't actually have to code up anything. You just use what's available. There's kind of like a lot of research you have to do if you want to set up your own domain. Be smart, stay smart. So you can do your own web coding, or you can get a template called WordPress that you can download. Has the same blog format and all that sort of stuff. Choose your own hosting plan. 20 years and 1.5 million websites. So I never heard of them. DreamHost. It's probably run out of India, probably. $2 a month. That's probably why they got some thing included, free and included. You ain't gonna get much for free. Fast SS storage, unmetered bandwidth. That sounds pretty good. WordPress pre-installed. See what I mean? You got a choice of using WordPress templates on your own server, which allows you to customize it how you like. Added email, $1. So there's extra stuff added on. WordPress website builder starter. So here we go. This sounds more like it's $17 a month US. It is. One WordPress website, free domain, 100k monthly visitors. So that uses a view count, basically. Unmetered bandwidth, 30 gig. WordPress pre-installed. So that sounds alright, and that might be something. But would you be able to do streaming? None of those talk about streaming. Set up what would it cost to set up a host? So you have to do the research, you see. There's no plan for streaming. Video. If you want to do it directly off your website. Darkcast. When it comes to video streaming, hosting, 2021. Everything you need to know. Yeah, I reckon. So where's the cost? Anyway, I haven't had anything to eat yet. And it's nearing dinner time. But yeah, we should really wrap up. So what is this streaming video hosting? Oh, I know it's going to be costly. It's got to be costly. Why professionals use streaming video hosting? As we discussed, online video is very valuable in streaming space. This engaging
But why would they need that?
To get away from censorship, maybe. The reason that so many organisers are using professional videos for online streaming is that it's efficient for both keeping an audience engaged, increasing sales, and no limits when it comes to video. But it hasn't said anything about censorship. 90% of marketers report video helps the audience understand. 36 of brands, so they have their like TV ads, I suppose. These servers simply aren't suitable for broadcasting at a professional level for a few reasons. Yeah, probably because they need the technology that Google has. Do not offer the same streaming service features necessary for professional users. Hosting site has rights to publish content. The video player has third-party branding. Yeah. No control over ads. If you do not want ads to appear on your video content. Limited security. Sounds like it's going to be a lot of money if you don't want ads on it. Digital video privacy costs the US economy between 29 to 70 billion. To combat this reality, we compare security features. So I'm not sure what all this is. Monetization. Pricing. We provide basic streaming pricing plans. Yeah, what is it? Well, where's the list? Getting started for free. Yeah, I don't think so. So they're not going to tell you the cost. Pay as you go. It's got to be lots of money. Oh, here we go. Did I
But
see
listen,
it?
yeah, for my needs, Paul, for my needs, I don't think it needs to be that expensive at all, you know. I'm just looking at the
$75 a
database.
month.
What?
$75 a month for a platinum premium plan.
Premium plan. Okay, which includes both. Well, why am I going to be doing live streaming? I'm not going to be doing it, am I?
That's like someone like if
It's
Tyler
going to be
wanted
a
to set up his own.
database.
If Tyler wanted to get away from being controlled by Google and all that, they could
Ah,
probably afford it, you see. Venio Enterprise. Enterprise plan includes everything Premium does. API, similar streams, as well as Christian moderation. So I'm not sure what all it's about myself. You think you better build a box at home, stick it on the internet, and say people will come to my server at home and stream it Vimeo. It's got all the devices there, different pricing plans. Pro. So these companies are offering your own streaming, $7 a month plus. So these are meant to all be all the different options you got from different companies. IBM Cloud Video. So even IBM are into it. So I never even heard of IBM Cloud until I read this. Pricing plans. Silver, gold, platinum. Includes 5,000 view hours. That doesn't sound really much, does it? And 5 terabyte video storage.
oh, that's massive. Wow, that's massive.
And $1,000 a month. Yeah, now we're getting up to.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. I mean, I looked at, but hold on a minute. Let's think about this now. I've done about 3 or 4 months of this. I've put it in one folder, right? And it's already 4.2 gigabytes.
Yeah, yours is just basic text files and.
Yeah. So, which is not much.
You can run yours at. You could run your site at $7 a month, right?
Yeah. Which is about £4 a month. Which is just Mickey Mouse.
No,
money.
which is about
Mind you, it's not Mickey Mouse money. If you haven't got it,
$120 a year, $120 a year, which is $240 a year that you're gonna have to finance out of your own pocket if you want to run your own web server, which I think would be the best thing for you to do actually. Me, I can't afford that money myself. I used to have web servers hosting and doing that, but I used to make about $5,000 out of it a year to $20,000 a year, which I set up various projects on it. You know, I offered a place for people to promote their stuff, free advertising. And then I used to promote those websites everywhere and bring in traffic so everybody got the views. So I used to do something like that. I also set up a place for people where they could advertise their own business, like global marketing. So people could go there. I set up a system where people could swap basically sign-ups. So you could sign up to, say, Amway, right? You might set up some sort of, you might be promoting your own Amway service, and people can then join your one, and you could join theirs, sort of thing. And that sort of worked for a while. But yeah, it sort of died out with 9/11, all that sort of stuff, and .com. But anyway, yeah, we better sort of wrap up, because I'm sort of getting low on sugar now too, and my eyesight's starting to go on me, so I need to go and get something to eat and drink. But yeah, yeah, why would people want to come and listen to us? That's a good question. Maybe to also be interested in that stuff themselves. So you got some good members on your group, yeah. But are they frauds? Do they work with other frauds? Is anyone in your group?
Good God, mate. They wouldn't last 2 seconds on that group, mate. We'd all know who they were. We'd all know who they were.
Do they go and hang out and have coffee with Goofon and Third Phase on the Moon?
He's hated on my group, Paul. He is hated. He's attacked
yeah, but how many players are there?
He's attacked William. He's attacked Scott Brown.
Yeah, but Scott Brown hangs out. Yeah, but he hangs out with Scott Brown.
I know.
This is what I mean. There's a lot of,
He does now.
double standards.
I don't understand that. I have no idea what he's doing there. I have no idea.
So I hate double standards in ufology. I really do. So to me, you can't be a member of my group if you hang out with frauds, right? You just can't. Just can't.
Yeah,
you just can't be trusted anymore.
I put up a post. About what's his name again? Truth Seekers. What's his
Steve Cambion.
Steve Cambion. Yeah, Stephen Cambion. Put a post up about him, and people were shocked. He was involved because
really. Didn't they watch his show where we actually had him on a panel? And
well, no, they don't watch him. I don't think, but any hardcore ufologists don't watch Stephen Cambion. For God's sakes, we don't watch Goof on either.
So that means, to me, that's a double standard. You know, they're trying to get themselves shown on their channels because they know they've got subscribers coming in all the time through Third Phase connections, right? Everybody's hypocrites, so they'll sort of want to end up on everybody's YouTube channel being self-promoted, promoted by each other. Alien Girl's another one that's hopping around. Alien Addict, everybody likes these guys, but to me it's like double standards and hypocrites.
Yeah, well, to me, they're a waste of my time. Absolute waste of my time. Those people, I don't focus on them. I know you're doing the job by exposing them. That's a good thing. But my thing now is research as deep as I can damn well go. I don't really see why I should waste my time exposing those clowns because they expose themselves. I mean, they might as well flash themselves in public and show off the little willy.
But you offer all your research and these clowns take it over, and exploit it for their own profit. That's what I'm saying.
No.
Yeah, you're doing all the hard work and others are making money from it while you're not. No, that's what happens.
Yeah, I just said that. None of them do any actual research. They don't.
That's what I'm saying.
They do, they look at other channels. They find a way of creating a show by looking at other
Drama,
channels.
drama.
Creating drama, yes.
And
And then they get subs. There's people love drama. They don't like research themselves. The average guy on the street who is a UFO person, you look at UFO Twitter, they spend all their time up on there just trashing people and trashing other people's comments.
Mm-hmm.
How is that bringing the subject forward?
It's not.
It's not.
No.
Oh well. It is what it is, you know. There's a small nucleus of people.
But if someone puts up a UFO thing, right, says this is a real UFO, and you see, no, it's actually CGI, you got to report on it. So you got to attack that person for putting that stupid report up, saying didn't they notice this? Didn't they not do a basic search and find this online? You know, that's what Scott Brando's doing basically with current stuff that Third Face has put up. What was it now? That helicopter being circled by the helicopter circling the mothership. It turned out to be CGI. They should have known that if they did basic research. They would have seen it was Section 51 stuff that's been someone's cut out and rebadged it, right? So this is the problem. So that's basically why I had to do my stuff to bring notice to that. But you don't like doing that side of things. That's why I was being used to do that. But then people hate me for exposing that as a lie, when they should be starting to say, yeah, this stuff, these channels are entertainment, and we shouldn't be watching them. We should be looking at people that actually fact check before they put it up as a real UFO. And that's really what should be happening. We shouldn't have to be going through all the crap that's being put up on mainstream media and YouTube and saying, is this really what they're saying is really true? But that's basically what I've been trying to do, but it doesn't get you anywhere. But yeah, you know, if you want an opinion on a video or a photograph, who they go to? They go to someone like me and say, what do you think of this? And I'll tell them straight. I'll think straight away, gut feeling it's plane lights or a balloon or, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll
those people need it too.
Yeah, and then I'll try and prove it more if I can. Yeah, I'm not, you know how fussy I am, picky I am when I do analysis. I'll spend hours at it and say, well, there is now what I think it is. But I'll give you initial gut feeling, then I'll get deeper into it, you know. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff to go through now because there's so much noise. And we're getting more and more of these type channels that generate noise on YouTube, and YouTube loves it because they're making money from it, but they won't promote UFO stuff. That's the press of everybody. But because these people are intermingling, connecting, they're getting all the views and all the praise and all the people donating to them, thinking they're doing a good job, but really they're just leeches of other people that are doing the hard work. You know, it's just like having a YouTube channel that actually features clips from Fox News all the time. Saves people having to go through all the Fox News and find the best stuff, and they'll go to that YouTube channel instead, and they'll just keep watching the clips that they put up because they find the best stuff. And it saves them time, you know. And that's what I'm trying to do too, you know. I'm trying to save people time. I do all that gut work, and I show them how to do their own research if they want to learn how to do it. Yeah. Now, I can see people would like 10-minute versions. I can understand that, but that takes a lot of time to do that. Who knows? Maybe I will put up 10-minute versions next year. So, well, this is the research I did. If you want to know how to research this stuff, you can always look at my past videos. But I kind of like doing live chats like this, like do it live and look at things live, because it has a natural feeling to it. You know, it has a pure innocence to it. But if you only have like a 10-minute video saying this is what it actually is, it hasn't got all that to it, hasn't got the background to it that you spent a few weeks actually digging through all this stuff to nail it down. Hopefully it doesn't take that long, but you know, some stuff can. So what are these guys saying? Those ghost channels are the same amount of ghost videos I've watched. Yeah. But there are some good stuff that comes out occasionally on these ghost shows. But people just watch it for entertainment, right? So they don't care if they get an answer or not at the end of it. But if they capture something that's pretty amazing, and then you start analysing it, the thermal videos or whatever. Like Josh Gates did one where they caught this crazy apparition of a trooper, which I then summarise it and try to analyse it and bring it to you. But there's only so much I can do because of copyright and all that sort of stuff. Because it's all about money rather than the actual topic itself. What's the best apparitions caught? You can't put it up. I've tried to put up a video a long time ago. I've had to edit it 4 or 5 times now because eventually Google Contents ID detects something that shouldn't be in it, and you have to pay money, or they take ownership of it, and then when they take ownership of it, then they restrict it to all countries apart from one. So no one gets to see it anyway, so then you have to chop it out or rechange it. So in the end you give up doing that stuff. It's very frustrating. Copyright is a curse, really, to creativity and information flow, because it's all about money. And that's the problem with all these TV shows, right? Like El Grey was going to do a series where they're going to show what a MUFON investigator does, and they're going to bring out all these different cases each week. But the producer thought it was so boring what El Grey did for, you know, on the ground investigations, and that they killed the show. They didn't even make one episode out of it. And he was doing a abduction case, right? And there's probably they obviously can't use the name, and they might be able to use certain drawings or limited footage. But it wouldn't be exciting enough for TV, you see. It won't get enough ratings because there's no excitement.
Hence, I don't trust any TV shows.
Mm.
Bring me some BS
so
on Snuggle.
Yeah, we do know the stuff is real, ghosts are real and stuff, and needs to be taken seriously. But if you take it seriously and give it entertainment potential, then people will watch it and they'll ask for more and more. You know, like UFO hunters, right? Sometimes they're going to investigation, nothing out of it happens, right? They'd say, well, maybe it was a fake story after all. See, that probably wouldn't last too long. But people are still watching it because they're interested in how you investigate it, and I don't know, we find it interesting because we'd find it natural and honest, and you get the answer at the end of it. But average people out there with limited attention spans might not find it interesting. I think it depends on the person. How do you keep it interesting but honest and truthful? I don't know if it can be possible.
No, I'm not
Tell
sure
me.
it can either, you know.
Tell me what you want, people.
Yeah, I mean, geez, sometimes people say to me, like, you know, oh, you're putting up old stuff. Well, haven't you got anything new? Well, do they want me to make stuff up? You know, if it's not there and I don't think it's legitimate, well, it's not going up. I'm not getting behind it if I, yeah. It's and sometimes people say, "Oh, this is Anglesey in North Wales group. Why don't you post more sightings from Anglesey in North Wales?" Well, hold on a minute. Am I going to make them up again? Should I pick a case from America and change your location just to please you? Well, no, that'd be a lie, wouldn't it?
The thing is, it doesn't happen every day, and it can be very boring, investigating stuff.
Yeah, and like Wes is right there. Some of the best UFO cases are old cases, in my opinion. Damn right. I'll tell you why. There was less stuff flying around in the air then. We didn't have drones in the 40s and 50s. We had them in the 60s, just about, but not in the 40s and 50s.
Yeah.
Not the type of drone that could run circles around an aircraft, certainly not. So absolutely, there was less pollution in the air. I the further you go back, oh wow, it wasn't me, it was a journalist friend of mine, Jet Damaged. He's on my group as well. He found a classic case from the 1930s, abduction case. And that was so unpolluted. It had all the classic, because nothing should have been really flying then. I mean, nothing much. Certainly not the way this thing was flying, the way they described it,
Yeah.
I know we had powered flights from 1904, from the Wright brothers and stuff, but what these guys were describing was no kind of aircraft. Really interesting. But those cases are difficult to find. They really are. And you find out those kind of cases in archives and maybe old newspaper stuff, But they're not easy to find. But when you do find one, it's like that little golden nugget,
Yeah. Yeah, so what do people want? Entertainment, or do they want truth? Or
yeah, I know. Yeah. To a lot of people, it doesn't matter. As far as they're concerned, UFOs are real, and they're just going to believe in, the flying spaghetti monster and the tooth fairy, and you've got it. Like total lack of critical thinking is commonplace in the UFO community. It is what it is. You can't do much about it. You can try and talk to these people, and you can send them a link, and they won't bother reading it because it's too much time for them, and they'll just rather call you all kinds of names than listen to what you're actually saying. So I've gone to the stage now.
I think it's echo chambers, right? We're not really an echo chamber. Like, we don't always agree eye to eye, but people still watch us.
No. Yeah, sure.
And if we agreed with each other, it'd get really boring, wouldn't it? You need that sort of debate going on. There won't be nuclear batteries flying UFOs, and you say, well, prove it. This is why we're different. The other UFO channels, but maybe people don't like us because we're different. If we were like an echo chamber and you talk about the same stuff every day, I just heard a new thing about Lou. He's going to start up his own TV series, and next day, I just heard another thing about Lou. He's making a book. Is that the sort of thing that people really want to hear as entertainment? and then start talking about Lou and what he's going to put in the book, what's he going to put in the TV series. Is it going to be real? Is it going to be real UFOs stories from leakers, or is it going to be fantasy stuff? And that's what the other hosters do, and they get lots of money thrown at them because that's what they want to hear. I just don't understand it. I need to understand the people's brains that are watching these people. Because I just don't understand what they're after.
Paul, I really need to shoot off and get something to eat now.
Yeah, same here, mate.
Yeah, the only thing I'll just quickly, Wes is there, and some of the old UFO photos are better than the spud cam pictures we get today. Do you know, I've got a little theory on this. So it's only something that's come to me recently.
Yeah.
A lot of the cameras that we have now are basically electronic. I'm getting the feeling they can interfere with them better than what they could an old classic camera.
Yeah.
Another thing that muddies the waters is anything can be fake now. It wasn't so easy back then.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yes, it's complicated.
Way out. It's just something that's come to me over the last few months. That's all.
So what's Snipes saying? You try to open people's eyes, and you're a hater of a content creator and jealous. Yeah, jealous. I always hear that word jealous. Jealous about how much money they make, but really it's not really about how much money people make. It's really why are you paying the person all that money? What's he given to you that's worth that kind of money? Is it just pure entertainment that you're paying them all that money? So what did you pay for a Netflix thing? That's $30 a month. These people are getting more than $30 a month from some subscribers in that case. So that's what, $300 a year, say, for Netflix. And when you're paying a YouTuber, sometimes people are throwing $100 at them, and then next week they're throwing another $100 at them. So they're paying a lot more for the entertainment from a YouTuber than they are from commercial TV subscriptions. And of course, you got to remember, YouTube are getting 30% of that too. I think it's attention seeking, and that's what I think it is. They like donating on the side because they get the name up in print, and they get get their comment discussed or whatever. I think it's attention seeking. A lot of it in ufology. Hey, look at me! I'm giving this guy $1,000 because he's cool. If you brought something to the table there, Robert, that's really amazing, like Corbell does, right? Are you going to have people donating you $1,000? Maybe if you set up your own YouTube channel, they probably would. I don't know.
What for?
Why they give you $1,000 to keep researching and finding more stuff? That's why they give you $1,000. Give you incentive to keep at it, because that's what you need, really. Because it can be, as you said, long and tedious process of research, and the amount of time I've tried to reach out to people to come on the show for an interview. Pilots. I've tried to get pilots on. But only people that seem to get pilots on is Mick West. That don't believe. So why do they go on Mick West's show if he doesn't believe? He's going to interrogate them and bring them down. But they still go on his show. So is that jealousy? It's more frustration than jealousy. Why can't they come on my show as well? And then you find out they got contracts with people where they can't come on and talk about that sort of stuff because they've already signed a contract with Corbell or whatever, or with Discovery Channel. It's really frustrating. Or they won't give a reason at all. And that's another thing, it's just bullshit. So what's I've got older. Yeah, it is a labour of love, though. If you had to produce a 4-hour live show talking about UFOs on TV, it'd probably cost them thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars to produce it, right? And then you got to pay everybody's salaries, the cameraman, the technical operator, and all this. Here we sort of run it from a bedroom or a kitchen or a lounge or whatever. That's the difference as well. And plus, ours is more average Joe, right? Ours is more natural, more honest as well. So that's why people went to YouTube over TV shows too, or listening to news anchors, right? Because they can then interact with us as well. But you find that with these big YouTubers, right, that do political news, they ignore the smaller people. Have you noticed that? As they get bigger and bigger, less likely they're going to communicate with anybody. And I see that a lot with YouTubers. But if I got bigger and bigger, I'd communicate with everybody still. But that's just me, right? You never better answer all the people because they just bomb your email with questions and stupid stuff. You're going to have people that's going to submit silly, crazy photographs to you. Tyler must get sick of it. But he just doesn't look at his email at all, even though he claims he does. Has anyone seen an email to these big channels and actually got a reply? How about Third Phase? They reckon they get emails all the time. Do they reply back to you? So I reckon it's all bullshit. But anyway, we live in reality here, the real world, and hopefully we can bring you more exciting news than just mundane stuff. But like I said, I'm going to have a holiday. And if I come back, I come back. And yeah, you're in a new direction now, Robert. So, if things didn't happen, things happen for a reason. Now you sort of left me and went on your own.
Well, I'm in a new direction. Yes, I've done my research a lot in the last 12 months, but I still like to go on a live and talk about UFOs.
Yeah.
Because I like to talk about what I've been doing over the last week, for example, like tonight. So I'm still happy to do this show. Anything I can do to help save the show, I'll do.
Yeah, we'll see what the new year brings, but
I can't give you like $100 a week.
No, I don't want money. No, I don't want money from you. But it's just a lack of support in what Google have been doing to my channel.
In general,
it's everything. Okay. It's everything, not just a particular thing. It's not just money.
Yeah.
Although money would be nice, we'd get better computer and all this, and make it better for everybody to watch. I don't know how to improve things. We keep improving things. If you look back in time and look at how we've improved things, it just gets better and better. Remember, we used to use Hangouts on the air. That was a pile of crap, and it corrupted all the video, and you couldn't read the fonts. And we have got better and better as time's progressed. Yeah. But I don't like relying on third-party stuff too much. It's a bit like this pop-up chat thing. I've done that with a hack in my own code, so I don't have to use OBS to do it. So it's pretty cool. Imagine how boring it would be for us without intelligent intelligent interactions. I'd be I'd be here anytime for which. Yeah, I think maybe our time zone for Robert would need to be better for people. So we got a lot of people in Europe that likes to listen to Robert. But come midnight
If
when he starts his
yeah,
thing, I think
if
they've gone to bed.
it started around 9 p.m. my time, you're going to get the US and the UK in, Nancy.
Yeah,
Because
so
me
if we do
starting
come,
at my midnight, most people in the UK are already in bed.
yeah, but that means I have to get up early too, and
Exactly, which is
that's
not
not a
good.
problem. That's not a problem because I can adjust and
If only
do
the world was flat.
that. But yeah, I don't know. Need a bit of a break from it all.
Yeah.
I'm sick of all the bullshit and ufology. That's why it's called ufology, fool. And the new terminology for it. Because it's full of fools in a 3-ring circus, you know. Let's see if I can spell it. Type it over here. You know, people think you mistyped ufology when you type it up now. There you go, I managed it. Ufology. It's not actually a typo. I think, I'm not sure who brought up that terminology. Was it UFO Joe Merger?
I don't know. Cal Koff uses it all the time.
I think that's UFO Twitter people talking about certain UFO channels as being ufology, which is really true.
So.
Yeah. But yeah, like you said, you talk about Steve Cambion, but his thing is always going after David Wilcox 99% of the time. You know, most of his shows about David Wilcox and what he's up to. He really hates the guy.
No, I wouldn't say that. He goes after Greer a lot. He goes after Dolan a hell of a lot as well.
You know, he's got his own certain thing, and people watch him.
Lazar a lot and all, and Corbell.
It's like a drama, and if you go after a certain person all the time, people like it, I guess. Really, I'm not into all that character attacking. We know you just need to say this guy's a fraud. If you watch him, then you're supporting them. You know, people think, oh, it's free on YouTube, but really they're making money as soon as you click to watch. That's how it works. And YouTube loves those type of people. You know, how many people use clickbait titles on their UFO videos? You know, my titles are always pretty honest, unless I'm sort of having a joke about things. But how many of them now use clickbait all the time? Most of them.
This is what it is.
Third phase are the worst ones for clickbait. Come on.
Oh, I know. Do you know what? Yeah, I don't know how the hell this happened. Yeah, I think it's just because I search UFO stuff. Yeah, I get an email coming through all the time, and there's 3 channels on it. One of them is third phase of the moon, and I've tried to cancel it. Stop it coming through. I've reported it as spam, but it still keeps coming through to my effing inbox.
You know what they do? You know what they do? They once they find out your email, they subscribe you to things. So if someone hates you, they'll subscribe you to a 300 UFO newsletters or whatever, which will be including lots of the fake sites like Third Phase and Goofon or whatever. And so it depends. You're going to get more haters, Robert, and they're going to be subscribing you to all these different email accounts. Well, some of them are properly set up though. Some of them say you have to click to confirm your subscription, But obviously, you've found a few that don't have that. And even if you click to unsubscribe, it doesn't do anything, right? So that's what you call really bad, hacking type sites. Obviously trying to collect email addresses to sell it to criminals or whatever.
Yeah. See, Wes is saying here, I reported goof on the other night for bullying a woman called Anjali. Now, the trouble is, yeah, Anjali is, you know what? I don't think she's out to make money and kind of thing. I think she's got serious mental issues, I think she really believes in what she's saying. But Anjali now, I mean, the stuff she's been saying, I mean, it's so far. I mean, alien greys hiding out in some mountain cave.
In Arizona, isn't it?
She's going to introduce them to the world. We're going to go there with a camera crew, and the aliens going to talk to everyone and reveal themselves.
Yeah.
Then she started saying, "Well, I'm not sure we can do that anymore because the portal is closed." And now she's changed her mind on that, and she's saying the guy that owns the land won't let them on.
Because he got cancer.
I'm not saying she's a fraud, but there's something.
There's a difference though to bullying, like Snipes is talking about, where you're sort of hassling the person all the time. There's a way to call out people without hassling them, right, directly, or character assassinations, right?
Yeah. Okay, listen, the best thing to do, if you want to put someone down, the best thing to do is, rather than attack the individual, just say, look,
take what they're saying.
These are the facts. Anjali has said this. Now Anjali has said that.
Yeah.
And now Anjali is saying this. Make your own mind up.
Well, she's meant to have had 5 husbands, or apparently something like crazy like that.
Lots of people have had 5 husbands.
So she is quite pretty. I have to give her that. And she is. On the talk show, she comes across as intelligent. Right.
It does appear that at some stage she worked for the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency.
But I think I don't know if she's mental. She might be someone that's attention seeker, which might be like a disorder.
Yeah,
I think there's a lot of attention seekers in ufology, and it is a sort of a disorder. Mental disorder, I suppose you could say. But whether she's mental in the sense that she hears voices in her head, could be schizophrenic, or whatever you want to call it.
Schizophrenia.
It could be related to that,
I don't know. That's an outside possibility. I don't know, but I've seen some stuff that's been written about her, like she's failed as an author, as well as a journalist. And some people have said now she's trying to fool the UFO community. So I don't know. But you see, my problem is the timing of this whole thing. I mean, since 2017, there's been a lot of people coming out. Since they're more open, since things have become more open in ufology, and you don't actually have to have a bag over your fucking head when you talk about this subject anymore. A lot of people are coming out that just aren't legitimate, So they're kind of jumping on this, what they think is a disclosure bandwagon. Now, personally, I still think that we're nowhere near disclosure, absolutely nowhere near at all. And anybody that thinks the government is going to come down with some sudden attack of integrity, is just delusional. And oh my God, how about this for the last move? You must have seen this. You guys must have seen this. What the hell's it called? Airborne Object Identification and Management Synchronization Group. That is a 6-letter acronym to describe our new project, Blue Cheese. Talk about absolutely effing ridiculous. And you know why we're doing this? Is it doesn't roll off your tongue, so you're just not going to use it. So it kind of kills the conversation. They're really clever in what they're doing, you know. And it's also a preemptive strike on the Gillibrand Amendment. Oh no, don't bother with that. We're already doing this. Nah, they knew what they were doing the whole time. So you can see there's nothing is going to come out of that program. It's got no public facing side to it at all. There's no transparency to this new whatever it's called. I'm damned if I'm saying it again. It's just a load of bullshit.
Yeah, Snipes. I suppose you can set up people and then attack them once they get on the live stream, whatever. That's why I refuse to go on other YouTube channels' live streams, because you feel like you're going to be set up, right? And you have everybody attacking you, and you can't address them all. Most of them probably wouldn't listen anyway. And then none of them fact check, you know. The amount of things that was said against me was just absolutely slanderous and not true. And it's a bit critical. They talk about me leaking out or reading out private information, right? When they're reading out emails sent privately that I sent to other people. They're such hypocrites, and then everybody's sort of laughing at it for some reason. Maybe people like me being attacked because I debunk things. I don't know. That's their problem. You know, the character attacking is just a low level in my book. And they kept talking about me doxing people, but they never provided me any evidence. A lot of people asked for that evidence, and it still hasn't come forward. If I doxed anyone, it would have been by pure accident. And it could be edited out quite easily as well. But you lose the side chat because that's the way Google works. So, yeah, I never doxed anyone. And certainly haven't called anyone pedo or anything so terrible as that, as what other people have to my character. And that did upset me quite a lot, because what can you do about it? You know, you complain to Google and they just don't care. And that's the worst in a character attack, when you're calling people something that's meant to be really offensive in natural world, you know. And then they go and say, oh, I never said that. No, because they never said it on air. It doesn't mean they didn't say it to you in other ways. It's disgusting. You know, you shouldn't be rewarded for being that type of person. All that stuff that Goofon said about Joe Merger was just absolutely just nonsense, you know. Which I've tried to point out in the Goofon movie, where he replied back to me and said he doesn't want any tags about Goofon and any stuff that I'm pointing out to him. So I thought that's a wee bit strange, that he doesn't want to interact with me about this attack on him, which I found a bit odd. But in that he said he doesn't want him censored. What did he say in that sentence? I can't remember exactly what it said now, but he said he didn't want him censored, but he doesn't agree or think it's right for what he's saying, especially in public. calling people pedos, like, which is true. And of course, then Goof-on reads that out on air, and it says, "Oh look, they want me censored." It didn't actually say anything that they wanted them censored. It said it didn't want them censored. Totally switched it around, and no one was correcting him on air, and he went over weeks and weeks saying the same thing. It was just crazy. And that should not happen. It should be saying sorry and correcting his mistake, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, so you don't call anyone a pedo. I was upset when they called Stan Romanek a pedo because they found evidence, right? But there's no evidence of people coming forward saying, yeah, he sexually abused me and all that. Where's all that evidence? Normally you have kids coming forward saying, yeah, he did that to me, which then matches up with the photographs that they found, and none of that sort of come forward with the stand. So I thought, he's saying he's set up. I could see why he would think that, because we weren't hearing people, young kids especially, coming out, like they do with priests now. Oh, that priest abused me. So where's the evidence on Stan abusing kids? Why would his wife stay by himself right to the end, even after the verdict passed in court? The only reason he got that fine in the end is because he admitted that he did try to delete him off his hard drive. So he admitted that he actually saw him. And that USB stick, anyone could have planted that in his house. He had so many people walk through his house that hated him that could have planted that. So, it's not me supporting pedos. I'm just supporting. Could he be what he's saying true, and could it have been fabricated? And I think so. Even though he could be presented in court, they found this and this was deleted off his hard drive and blah 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 blah. Still, to me, it's not solid proof. Solid proof is when someone in the family or went to school with him and said, "Oh yeah, he abused me." That's proof. That's what happened with Bill Cosby, wasn't it? But then you got these other people that are called pedos, where there's actually court records of people saying, "Yes, he abused me." And what was that guy? That Stephen Corbell found out information on and made a book on. What was that guy? Meant to be some famous UFO guy. So the evidence was there. The proof was there, 100%.
Oh, there's several. Who did you mention first there?
I was talking about Stan Romanek's case. I heard.
Stan Romanek, yeah?
Yeah.
Jan Hazan and Wendell Stevens.
Yeah, there's more evidence against Hazan than there is Stan Romanek. All they found was photographs, right? There hasn't been anyone come forward say, yeah, he tried to slap me in the bottom and all that sort of stuff. But, with Hazan, obviously he approached someone that he thought was underage, and that was proof enough that he was up to no good.
Well, Wendell Stevens actually owned up.
Yeah, was it Wendell Stevens? Yeah, it was.
Wendell Stevens confessed.
But didn't he have 30 people on the court saying, "Yeah, abused me as a kid"? Blah 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 blah. So that's what I mean. That's solid evidence. But you can't just go around calling people pedos until that solid evidence is present.
Yeah.
But,
Jesus Christ. I'm not going to mention any names now, but somebody fairly well known member of my group, was called a pedo. Now I think this person said it in the heat of the moment, but those people, they really need to be careful what kind of words that they're throwing about, because the solicitors involved in this case now, or be lawyers in the case of
yeah, that's right. You almost need a lawyer to be on a YouTuber.
yeah.
You know,
The guy could be using a fake profile, you see, so it could be difficult to track down.
right. Yeah.
But if they're determined, they'll find him, they'll trace him.
Oh crap, it's dinner time. We better wrap up, guys. Like I said, there's a lot of things that's gone on against me, and I've had enough. If I call someone a fraud, I've got evidence of it, right? You've seen my evidence, and those who've watched the evidence will say, yeah, Paul's nailed it, right? That's the difference. If I say Tyler is a hoaxer and fraud, I got evidence of it. I wouldn't say otherwise. Or I would say, if I was going to say I suspect this person is a hoaxer, but I can't prove it, I will say that. But this here that he's put out looks CGI'd, and I don't think he's received an email. I will say that I think he's a hoaxer, but I won't say 100% he's a hoaxer. Or I say he's a criminal and he's got felony charges. I can prove it because I can bring up the court records. I don't just say it out of thin air. I actually, have evidence of it. Because you can be sued, like you said, and I don't know. I think there's a lot of protection going on. Yeah, I'll come in now. We're going to wrap up. Me and Robert are going to get some food and drink and sleep. And I'll upload this episode around. And yeah, if you want to be a member, we certainly will put out some episodes to members. And if we get enough members, then we can make it public again. But yeah, I want to. Yeah, I don't know. It's up to people what people want from us, how to produce produce the content that they want. Just let us know. People keep saying 10-minute videos, but yeah. 10-minute video is not going to do much if you want to get.
That's not happening. It has to be a minimum. It has to be a minimum of 2 hours. You could do a single UFO case cover it in maybe 30 minutes.
Yeah.
That would mean a whole new setup. I could do something like that for you. Cover, pick random UFO cases. I could do that from now until another million lifetimes.
Well, you could do that off air. You could do that off air, have it edited, and just present it, and then you could do a what we call after show, where you do a live show to talk about it. But it means that people have to watch this show first, the 30 minutes show, before they watch the live show to discuss it. But it depends what you want to discuss on it. So how would you do that? People would have to put questions in the comments and hope that Google doesn't delete it, because that's what they do. They delete all my comments. I can't talk to people anymore because 60% of my comments seem to vanish. It's really frustrating.
Yeah.
And that's another reason that I've sort of got brokenhearted, because I can't even defend myself anymore because Google won't let me.
Yeah, see what Wes is saying here, and I'm maybe going to get a script ready. All you have to do is rehearse the case, really. But the only thing what you can't do, Paul, if you're going to keep it to a 30-minute, you can't, I'll just type this in, and all of a sudden another half an hour has gone in, and we're in the middle of the case, and that won't work. So you'll have to absolutely stick to the script, you see. That might go down well,
Yeah. Like I said, after shows where you don't stick to the script. That's what I'm saying. Everyone's saying the same thing, but in a different way. Like you normally present a documentary, right, and then you have a after show, which is what they do on TV, where people start discussing it, and it's not scripted.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's I'm cool with that. But listen, I'll do anything I can to help. Okay, that's all I'm saying. But I know you're the man that likes to talk, right? And the only problem with that is you can wander way off the case then. And all of a sudden, you're talking about nuclear-powered batteries when we were in the middle of a case that was over the IGC, which had nothing to do with nuclear-powered batteries, by the way.
Hang on, but that was at the end of the case when we had finished with it.
Well, actually, it was kind of in the middle, Paul. But can you see the problem there? So maybe let me do the soundtrack on the first 30 minutes, and then you come in, and then we discuss the case after. Let me introduce the case, give you the facts, yeah, and then the comments always come after.
How'd you produce that though?
Now that I was going to leave up to you.
How'd you do that with you? And you can't even share screen your show, your screen there. So,
it wasn't giving me the option to do that. It didn't matter which one I clicked. Yeah, I could not. There was, my desktop
yeah. I think
available.
it's because you need a second screen, then it will let you do it. I don't know. I know Discord had that problem to start with. Maybe Discord was a better option there for screen sharing. We didn't try it though. But yeah, like I said, we need to do one-to-one testing of things, ideas, how to do it, better.
You can, without all the screen sharing and stuff, it's just bring the case up, 30 minutes, yeah, and then discuss afterwards.
Yeah, but you can't do a narrative if I do the video editing.
You can do it live, but you can't butt in the middle. That's something that needs to be clear. But anyway, we've got some ideas, so don't worry about it, man. We'll do something. We're not just going to curl up and die, mate. Throwing a towel in isn't in my vocabulary.
Well, there's a lot of things to sort out first.
It's called quitting. It's called quitting, and it gives everyone a laugh. Then they've won.
Quitting? No, I didn't say I was quitting. I said I was with the last live show. Because if no one's interacting with them, there's no point in doing them.
Absolutely. But we can turn it around. We can turn it around. New intro. Have a couple of weeks off, do a new intro. Swing a bit more upbeat. And I'll carry on doing what I'll do, and what I find I'll bring to the table.
Yeah. yeah. I don't know. We just have to play around with stuff still.
Yeah. Come on, man. Let's get off now. I'm starving.
Yeah, we gotta go. When you gotta go, you gotta go. Good night, everybody. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for those who donated. And see you again next year, hopefully. We'll see how we go. There's no guarantees, though. And of course, we got this virus nonsense as well to deal with. They reckon next year is going to be just as bad. It's depressing, isn't it? Anyway, good night. It's coming up alright. There's the CPU gone. Go and visit all the other YouTube channels out there and do some drama with them. I suppose, you know, got to give them something to talk about. That's why I'm here. There's been a lot of people that said they're going to quit every day. Talking about Mr. G. Oh, it's time to go. I had enough. Blah blah blah. Never happens. But yes, you can always catch us on Discord, always on Twitter anyway. Always up for a chat. Anyway, catch you later, guys. I gotta find the end stream button. It's hidden. CPU's gone. Here we go. Yeah.